Nah, there's no swill.
Imagine playing on this.
It's such a keg.
Try and see that picture.
My cricket's just cooked.
Yeah, she was.
No, it's on the side. Yeah, I think that's fine.
G'day everyone, if you're just joining us, we're here to do some commentary on the grand final between Trinity Willison and Deepdene, of course, Sander.
And Deepdene, yes, hello.
I'm good. If you have just tuned in, Trinity are one down, losing the big week, and Nick Sparks caught him bold. Nick, of course, has scored 820 runs this season. He is the club's highest run scorer in all competitions. So that is a big loss. Average of 82 for his season.
Yes, he has had quite the fact. Yeah, and we would like to apologise for some of the technical difficulties. We are not on a boat. It is just quite windy outside. So there will be a lot of shaking in the camera, and the mic will cut in and out, and the mics have gone down officially.
We have lost the camera, but that is a quick single for Sparks there. Mike Sparks, of course. Yeah, just as a bit of a summary, so Trinity Willison 1 for 37 at this point. We understand my cricket is down. There are no live scores at the moment, so 1 for 37 off, I believe, 11 or so overs. Jack Graves playing a drive through the covers. Quick single with Mike Sparks. Good rotation here. A lot of shouts of building a new partnership for Jack and Mike here. Hopefully they can get that done. There is a very good crowd at the game today, of course. All other competition being called off due to heat. Not sure it's too hot at the moment. Just windy. There we go, another drive. Cut off by the fielder at cover. Some very positive shots here early on from Mike and Jack, which is good to see.
I'll have to. There's nothing like that.
You're behind the bowler now.
Yeah, now it's gonna bring me up. Yeah, it's good. Bring it down. I will wait over DJ. No? See what outside.
Sandbags at the front. No, the inside one. Put it on the inside. The light's going to push back there. That's really going to light there. Grab the pig. Grab the pig. now, mate.
Yeah. I guess. It's been doing that.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. If you are still watching the stream, then we are getting it set up properly. Just bear with us for a couple of minutes. That was an excellent flick off of the pads by Jack Graves for a 4 to a vacant square leg region. Jack Graves and Mike Sparks making some good inroads here. There have been a couple of shouts of caught behinds. The umpire's not really having any of it so far, but some strong appeals from Deepdene. And Jack just chooses to keep that one out after playing a nice shot, and that's the over. Drew Wilson 1 for 40 odd off of their 14, 15 overs. They are just updating the scoreboard now, so 1 for 44 off 14 overs is the score. Good start, good positive cricket so far. Sander, of course, is hard at work fixing up our frog box. This is offered to lend a hand, the giant that he is. He can reach up high and fix it up for us. Mike Sparks facing. Good full pill. Mike bumps it back to the bowler. Top ball.
Yes, we do apologise. Here's where it comes. The commentary comes in for the special description of what's going on right now. So on your screens, you're looking at some great quality grass as our bowler comes in and bowls. That is a full toss, and Mike Sparks has hit
that is a big wicket, Xander.
Straight to the fielder.
That is a big wicket. Full toss, waist high, gets pulled away. No, not a poor shot from Mike, just straight to the fielder. Unfortunate. Has to cup it. Not the cleanest catch, but he'll be gutted with that. That's 2 big wickets. Mike, of course, the 4th highest run score in the 30 runs, 32 average. That's big. Bit of a silence falling upon the ground after that. Deepdene, they'll know just how big a wicket that is. Both Sparks brothers out early doors here. 2 for less than 50 off under 15 overs. It's Tom Clark making his way out, but I think that's just for drinks. Yep, as Matt Veach has prepared himself and is making the walk onto the oval. Charlie Clark, Tom Clark, both out there having a chat with Jagger. Harris Rogers just making himself useful. Yep, Harrison Rogers, hands on hip, gives Jagger a nod, says good job. Matt Veach joining them, having a bit of a talk. Deepdene also taking this opportunity for some drinks. It is hot here today, despite what people are saying. It is quite hot, quite sunny. It's going to be a tough day of cricket. Now, unfortunately, my cricket is down, and the commentary team is all Trinity Willison. So if you are supporting and watching the live stream from Deepdene United Cricket Club, we apologise. We do not know the faces of your players. We do not know their names. And if my cricket was there, we'd be giving them a bit more attention. But quite frankly, we just don't know who they are. So our apologies, but we will try our best to get that fixed. Not much really going on at this fall wicket. It is drinks break. They've taken that opportunity. Xander might just commentate on his camera manoeuvring abilities. We saw some great pictures of some freshly cut grass. It's looking quite green today. Sun's out, it's a bit windy. Xander just adjusting the camera. He's going for the line and the length before adjusting for the height. So he's getting lined up with the pitch. He's switching between using the remote control to reposition his camera and just doing it by hand and adjusting the pole. This though, he's come with a rebel bag. What's in the bag? Sunglasses, car keys, nothing else useful. I thought he was going to come out with the camera, but he's just conned us there and just left his bag sitting here for us to take care of. Apparently, just being lazy. Anyway, so back to cricket it seems. Just got an alert from Viz. Apparently this is Harrison bowling, whoever Harrison is. But Matt Veach, of course, to face. Matt Veach, a stalwart in the team this year. Oh, perfect. Camera angle from Xander, as we see that it's now up and running. Hopefully we're all good to go. Bit of a low angle, but that's all right. Let's have a shaky cam, Xander.
Yes, we have changed the artistic direction of the filmography for this hopefully more stable bit of today's players. That is left outside of stump there by Matt Veach. Once again, we do apologise, and if you suffer from motion sickness, I do recommend a bit of ginger and some chewing gum.
Yes, and of course that is Matt's play. He's not a flash in the pan cricketer. He likes to take his time, wait for his to come. As we see there, he'll play straight early doors. Matt has had a great season this season, Xander. He is the second highest run scorer in all competitions at the club, with an average of 52. So that includes 2 days, 1 days, and the T20 competition. Yeah,
he really is fantastic, and he's really grown a lot as a cricketer over the past couple of years. But he is quite, you know what? He upsets me sometimes, Tom.
How so? How so?
Well, you see, he comes across as being, you know, kind of quiet. But then once he hits you over his head, no, over your head, I must say, he does like to stare down and remind you repeatedly of his upper hand and his advantage.
He's very much I'll let my cricket do the talking kind of player, you know? Matt facing now. Just off the pads to mid wicket. Good strong call there. Stemming his authority out there pretty early. Matt, of course, 423 runs this season, 47 average across the 14 matches that he's played in this competition. High score of 93, so hasn't made a century, but has apparently had a bit of a trundle this season.
Yes, he's always fancied himself as a bit of a bowler, and he did get some overs, I believe, in some official game time.
He did. Had a great early start to the season. Of course, he made 80 in round 3, I believe, against St. Paul's before backing it up in round 4 with 93. So he had a great start to the season. 32 the next round, and then 79 in round 6. So really strong start to the season. Has sort of tapered off, and he more or less just hasn't been needed later on in the season. But a couple 31s, 40s, and he'll be hoping to capitalise today in a good game. As Jack, what do we call that, Xander?
Soft hands.
Soft hands. I think Jack would be fuming if he ever got caught out behind trying to block a ball. I see him constantly just moisturising, make sure his hands are nice and smooth, nice and soft. You'll never see him go at it with hard hands.
As that one is flicked towards the fielder there at forward of square leg. I believe that might be Mr. Harford as the ball kind of just stops and it's picked up and they get back for 2. A lot of what we've seen early so far in this cricketing grand final, the ground looks smooth, but the ball will slow. So a lot of leg running required.
Yeah, which for Jack could be tough. Not that he can't run, but 2 ACLs. He's done nothing but jump on that bike and do the rehab. So, yeah. Almost a similar occasion there with the Nick Sparks, but Jack, softer hands, keeps it low, avoids the caught and bowled. Good cricket, good bowling, good batting.
It's fantastic. And now as we watch the shoelace, Tom, are you a double knot kind of guy or a single knot kind of guy?
I'm a double knot kind of guy, but not a double bow.
Not a double bow?
Not a double bow. You see those ones where they've got 4 loops?
Mm-hmm.
Bow, not a fan of it. I know it's easy to untie, but it also comes loose a bit easier. So I'm not having that. I will double knot all day, every day, but I won't double bow.
Won't double bow. That's very wise. Thank you for your insight into that. And listeners at home, let us know in the comments if those are open. Are you a double bow or are you not a double bow? As that is blocked quite well. Your current field that you have here, only 2 on the leg side, so the Deepdene side really backing their bowlers in to hit those lovely lines, and that's what gets you into a grand final, being able to execute and being consistent. So you got a lot of men in the cordon with your point, your cover, and your mid-off, and just the forward square leg and the mid-wicket.
Excellent bowling there from Deepdene, player whose name is not known by the commentary team. But yes, as Xander was saying, we have just a mid-wicket and a box man on the leg side. We've got 4 in the cordon, 3 slips in the gully, and then the rest of the fielders dispersed across the infield on the offside. Some really good line and length being bowled here. Not too many loose balls apart from that one earlier on in the over.
It's been a nice start here. Trinity and Willison were able to get away with it a bit early, being I think they were on about 32 off about 7. And then now, Deepdene fighting back. Those 2 Sparks brothers falling into succession. Words do not come easy to me when it's windy. To be 2 for 46 after 15. So really even start. Great job by Deepdene to bring it back. And now it's even playing field. As you can see right there, a shot that usually would probably go for 4 at most grounds, especially Frog Hollow, slows up in the field. Great chase by Deepdene. They're able to get back for 2. This is what it's going to be like for most of today. Any loose ball will lead to runs. Good balls will be played accordingly. And this is grand final cricket.
Yes, and of course, Xander does know his fair share about playing in grand finals himself. Of course, an under-14 B2 champion back in the day, and I'm sure he's played in some other grand finals since. Am I right, Xander?
Yes, on the ground behind us, I was victorious a couple of years ago. Where, not to toot my own horn, but I did win league bowling, Tom, and since then I have not played another grand final, which is why I've been on commentary every year.
Oh, did you really? League bowling? Not sure how good the standard was then.
That's very fair. It's Matt Veach on strike. As Gareth helps us with some of the handiwork there.
Gareth, Lagar, of course meaning the boy.
Most other grades of cricket called off due to the weather. It's quite nice that we get a lovely look at the crowd. A lot of Trinity boys in support. 2s and 3s gotten down. Xander will be back. He'll do some more fixing. And I'll leave you with Tom Graves.
A lot of criticism from Gareth about the camera work here. Gareth, we are trying our best. Just allow it. As he stands behind the bowler's arm too. Really poor form. Anyway, bowler coming in now. Camera's not facing the ground, but it is a full toss. Jeez. Borderline no-y for mine, but Matt just lets it go. I'm joined now by Lagar. Lagar, what were you up to this morning? As Lagar doesn't even know how to turn a microphone on. Here we go. Lagar, what were you doing this morning, buddy?
Yeah, I was down at the AGSV Grand Final down at Marsden, watching Campbell take on Marsden. It was a pretty decent game, slow outfields, but yeah, Campbell got off to a good start. About 2 for 75 with Tommy Graves' younger brother Nicky anchoring the ship, I think.
And of course, Jack Graves' little brother, who's out here batting right now, facing this ball. Good bowling. Not sure we got that on camera, but just narrowly missed the bat. Avoided the edge. Gareth, of course, we do have quite a few Campbell Grammar alumni at Trinity Willison Cricket Club. Who do we have in the crowd today?
So far from what I can see, we've got Will Howe, Mark Delariva. That's all I can see currently, but we do have a few more at the club.
Of course, yeah, Jordan McCleary, Kathir Suresh, who's in the lower teams in the fifths, coming through. He's only under 16s, of course.
Oh, yeah.
As
well as Jack Graves out here facing, also Campbell Grammar alumni, and Tom Graves commentating next to me.
It's a good showing, and then factoring Campbell High, I mean, got both the Clark brothers, Marcus Cawthorne coming from there as well. But yeah, first time in the history of Campbell Grammar that they've ever made a final, so we do wish them the best. Jack Graves batting here, Nick Graves representing the club there today. Who no doubt be opening bowling.
2 Graves in the final. Thought maybe a bit of a conundrum for Big John Graves.
Yeah.
Whether he's going to watch Nick or watch Jack. Seems like he's worked it out perfectly. Going down to Nick, watching him bat at the start. Now he's here.
Of course. Big conundrum for the head coach of the club, John Graves. Does he go watch his firstborn, Jack Graves, playing another final for the club that he coaches, or does he watch his favourite child, Nick Graves, the prodigy?
It's definitely
playing
favourite
his
child, I reckon.
In a historic record-breaking game. Or does he just spend the day with Tom? Don't think that would
mix
ever
up
happen.
there, but works out all good. A bit of a misfield.
Yeah, actually, I haven't been watching the cricket too much. I should probably be doing that.
Yeah, it is right in front of you, but that's okay.
Probably get an update to the scoreboard soon. Again, apologies, my cricket is down. Seems Xander is fixed, and we can say goodbye to Gareth. Gareth, any last words?
No, not really. Just go Trinners. Get down to Macleay too, sometime throughout the day.
Well, that's good. Don't sound too excited there.
I don't want to blow anyone's ears off.
Yes, thank you very much, Gareth. He is new to the club, but he has captured all of our hearts. And he'll be playing in the 2s. So if you're in the Bowen area, you can rotate between Macleay and Bowen Park if you want to watch the 2s. Trinity Willison, as that concludes another over. Deepdene executing quite well. Right there. The wind doesn't seem to be our friend today, Tom.
It does not. How are we going with camera work? Is it secure?
It looks a little more secure now, so hopefully a bit less nausea for you watching at home in the Deepdene area, the Trinity Willison area.
We have got a count on the number of viewers confirmed. There is at least one.
At least one confirmed viewer. Thank you very much for tuning in to this Trinity Willison coverage of the Macgibbon Shield Grand Final.
Just making some fielding adjustments, it seems. There's a change at boxman. So, of course, they've had two on the leg side. They're sticking with two on the leg side, but they've changed out who's in the cordon. So, don't know whether it was his chat. They just don't trust him. But they've pushed him out of the cordon now. And the man from box, who's just jumped in at third slip, he seems very excited to be there. Geez, his hands were ready early, and there was a bit of a... Ooh. No, I'm not calling that anything. But he is excited to be there, and the man at box looks devastated to be dropped from the cordon, Xander.
Yeah, look, he does look to be devastated. The cordon is one of the most prestigious positions on the field. So, you know, if you've been taken out of there, well, you've probably done something wrong, and it'll take a while for you to get back into there.
Jeez, another fully gets called a no ball, and there's going to be byes there. Jack Graves, before even running, looked straight at the square leg umpire and demanded a no-y, and he got it. So 3 runs there, 1 for the no ball, 2 for the runs. Good running from Matt Veach there. Switched on to see that.
Yeah, fantastic. A couple of bad shepherd byes there. Keepers aren't a fan. Usually something like that, a loose ball by the bowler, and the keepers are the ones that are punished by it.
Speaking of bad shepherd byes, Xander, what's your favourite purchase of bad shepherd that you've made personally?
Oh, I do enjoy a bit of the pale ale.
Mm-hmm.
But I think my favourite thing about Bad Shepherd are the varying designs of the cans.
Yeah, of course, the Trinity Willison fridge never looks better than when it's full of Bad Shepherd brewery cans.
100%.
The artwork is exquisite. It goes really well in there. Diverse range, especially the custom Trinity Willison models.
Yes, if you ever have a hankering and you're over the legal age, maybe grab a Bad Shepherd too.
Mosey on down. Personally, for me, there was one triple premiership ale back in the day when Trinity Willison obviously made 3 grand finals, played 3 grand finals, won 3 grand finals. Good time to be at the club. Good time to be at the club.
It was a great time to be at the club, as there is a meeting of the minds between the central umpire and I believe that would be Mr. Riddle, the captain. Well, I hope, once again, we apologise to the Deepdene watching fan base at home. We aren't too versed with the Deepdene names, so we do apologise. We do not think less of them. We just don't know the names.
Yes, we will be naming them by their characteristics, of course. We've got Orange Souls running into bowl. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump as he trundles in. Here we go. Ooh, good length, good bowling. We are Trinity fans, but we can appreciate a good delivery, can't we, Xander?
That was a fantastic delivery. It was unplayable, as that was able to miss the bat. It just moved and then it kicked away off the pitch as well.
And it's not the first time that Deepdene have been the bat in their innings. We have to say they have been bowling well. It is a very close competition. They've been the bat on multiple occasions, just haven't found that edge, it seems. Anyways, as he strolls in again. This one, a bit straighter, a bit fuller, gets put away by Jack. It's going to run. It's slowing up. Ooh, and that is... Ooh, questionable fielding there. A lot of claims of being over. So, in case you missed out on the camera, because it wasn't on the camera, it was driven down the ground, deep through mid-on. It slowed up as it got to the boundary. He dove for it, did a bit of a flick back, and then past the boundary. On his way back, though, Xander, as he collected the ball, I think he had a dragging foot.
A dragging foot, yes. Well,
as he went to step back on the ground, I think his foot was still across the boundary as he collected the ball.
Well, that is one of the... as that is a short ball, and Matt Veach comfortably letting that go, as that is a wide, quite short. Yes, the difficulty with community cricket, especially with the cones, where does the boundary start and end? Is it after the cone? Is it before the cone? Or is it in the middle of the cones?
Also, do you draw a curve between the cones, or is it a straight line between the cones, Xander?
these are some questions we might have to have ask the ACA on our next Q&A session. As Matt Veach gets a bit of bat on it, it's gone through the field. Bowler slightly displeased as they are running hard, and the ball has slowed up towards the boundary. Jack Graves running really hard, gets back, and they get 3 runs.
That is exquisite running. That is the second 3 this over. Twice now. A ball hit deep to the boundary. It looks like it's going to race away off the bat, and then it slows up, and they scramble for 3. I'm just saying, Zan, if we lose by a single run, it's because we got instead of 4.
Yes, most likely. But it looks like these boys stocked up they must have had a feed this morning at the old garage because they're full of energy. So if you are in the Camberwell area, head on down to the old garage for all your breakfast and luncheon needs.
Personal favourite of mine, the Chipotle scrambled eggs.
Oh, fantastic.
They go well. Good, healthy serving. As there's a large shout there. Not sure if it was bat involved or too high, but deep enthusiastic. Any chance they get from an appeal, they're up for it. Bowl looks disappointed there as he snatches the hat back from the umpire. The Veach parents, have now joined us at the ground. We get a little wave from Jane. They're joined by someone who I do not recognise, Xander. Any clue who that might be?
No idea, mate.
No idea. Don't know if Matt Veach has a miss or if it's just a family friend.
I'll tell you what, if they are with the Veaches, then must be a lovely person to be with the Veaches. Lovely family.
Of course, they are a lovely family. Underrated at the club, I reckon. One of the best families at the club. Jane, of course, did her time in the juniors, managing both Bill, Matt and Charlie's junior teams. As team manager, has gone to her fair share of Friday night games. Classic meatball subs provided for the kids at their games for the halftime tea break. Anyway, she watches her son now batting. Bill Veach, of course, was a feature in the side as a wicketkeeper before he had to make the move to pursue his career in medicine. Unfortunately, moving into state. But we do wish him all the best. And I think he's best known for his choice of wicket-keeping gear, Xander.
Is that so?
You don't recall?
I recall something baseball related as Matt Veach hits that one towards point. Was it the full face baseball mask?
It was. He used to have the catcher's mask, so he still claims this. He thinks the visibility is impaired a bit too much. The helmet's a bit too chunky when we're keeping, so he opted for the catcher's mask that they use in baseball behind home plate. I do miss seeing that. Unfortunately, we didn't get it on camera ever. So, but as Matt Veach flicks that one off the pads, he'll get a nice single. No applause from Jane Veach, though. Stiff. Some great support coming there from the Willison home base. Good solid from Jagger. As we hit the 20 over mark or so. Going about 3 and over. 256. And I'm told CGS, a bit of a shout out to Nick Graves, have got Marsland 3 for 10. With Marsland chasing 170 odd.
Yes, I do hope that your brothers perform well today. But me being from a public school, I'm used to the old round robin treatment.
Bit of Kanga cricket, Xander.
Look, a little bit. I believe one of my greatest school moments was playing at this ground, a 6 over a side game. Thrilling scores such as 22-16.
Oh, as Jack cuts that one away, narrowly missing the hand of Gully. And that one does fly away into the boundary to the applause and the amusement of the Trinity fan base.
Trinity fan base, yeah. Lovely Bendigo Bank boundary there. Millimetres away from one of the clasping hands in the cordon. As that concludes another over. Trinity Willison moving to 64 after 20 overs. So we are a quarter of the way through.
Of course, this over 80 overs apiece, 8 overs apiece. It would be remiss of me to try and hide my pride that I have for my brothers. So, Nick's game, of course, today being played at Marsland College. That is a 50-50 game. And I just want to reiterate, this team, they've never played, this school, they've never played in a final, let alone a grand final. They put 168, sorry, on the board. And now, historically, if Marsden 3 for 10. 3 for 10, Xander. And we're just eager to keep getting updates on that game. So excited. But the game here, it seems like there's going to be a change of bowler, Xander. We don't know his name, but we will call him.
I think that might be a Riddle, the captain. Bowls, I believe bowls leg spin. I hope it's Riddle. But what should we call him?
We could just call him Tao. Tao Pants. He's got a towel tucked in. We can come up with something better. Let's have a look at him first.
I believe we'll call him Tao Pants TBA is what we will do currently.
His change of bowler seems necessary, in Deepdene's opinion, from after 20 overs. Here we go. Flights one up. Was that a fully?
I don't know, but it dipped late and it looked fantastic out of the hand.
Admittedly, our vision is impaired by the non-striking batsman, so there's going to be some rough commentary. Just settle in, fellas.
Yes, if you could ask your brother to move. As Matt uses a bit of feet. Fantastic proactiveness.
Oh, bit of miscommunication there as the fielder at mid-on pings it in and hits the bowler in the shin. Anyways, he moseys on up, and that's well bowled. Outside off. He's found his length there.
Now, Tom, as we watch the ball being delivered here, fantastic. Have you ever faced a lot of left arm leg spin in your time? Me personally, I don't think I've ever had to face left arm leg spin. And watching the ball fly out of the hand exquisitely from this close angle, I would think it's a nightmare.
Well, admittedly, Xander, I couldn't tell you which way it's spinning half the time I was batting, so it doesn't make a difference to me. I cannot recall ever facing a left arm leg spinner, but that's probably because I didn't know they were a leg spinner.
Very well, Tom. As that concludes a very efficient over there. I believe that was a maiden. Jimmy Willison, 2 for 64 after 21. Cheetah Teamwear maiden is what that one was. Cheetah Teamwear. For all your sporting clothing needs, Cheetah got you covered.
Of course, we do pride ourselves on our appearance. Unlike Deepdene, it seems. Actually, most of the team do have their shirt tucked in. A couple distraught. Mainly the guy got booted out of the cordon as his shirt untucked and is wearing the floppy. But here at Trinity, we pride ourselves on our appearance. We like to look clean, as the team say.
Various beverages that when we asked some of the players, I believe a response we received was Pepsi Max Clean as a favourite post-game beverage.
As Jack just plays that one through to mid-wicket, he's played that shot a couple times, sometimes going for a boundary, sometimes just going softer with it, and he gets a single there. But odd to see Deepdene just allowing him that gap, allowing him that single, considering they keep putting it on the stumps on his pads. But Matt Veach facing now.
Fantastic line and length, great corridor of bowling. This is what you'll get here. The two greatest teams in Macgibbon this season and last season as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to following the Macgibbon Shield, these two teams did square off in the grand final last year. It was a one-day encounter down to the very wire. Deepdene unfortunately falling short in the last over, chasing some runs. And here they are again.
Yes, this is of course a replay of last year's ferocious final. The celebrations were lengthy following the game, but there is a great deal of respect between these two teams. In fact, I'd hazard a guess that the person joining the Veaches is a Riddle. Not a Riddle. What's their cousin's name?
I'm not too sure, as that one goes through to the keeper.
I'm about 90% sure, folks, that Matt Veach facing now has a cousin on the opposite team.
On the opposing team.
I'm about 90% sure. He did last year. Whether they've been dropped or not, I don't know. But there is a Veach cousin playing at Deepdene United Cricket Club. So I'd hazard a guess that's why there's a bit of intermingling between the fan bases now.
As that one is very, very well left. I do believe these two teams did meet twice. Once in a one-day encounter, splitting the season series one apiece. So very closely contested. and it'll be exciting to see who gets up.
Alexander, just to move along from the cricket, we are, of course, enjoying some nuggets.
Ah, yes.
Now, I believe that nuggets are purely a conduit, an excuse to enjoy some sauce. What is your preferred sauce when chowing down on some nuggets?
Well, I think the only sauce of choice would be the sweet and sour. Its usage outside of nuggets is, quite unknown. However, the pairing of a nugget with the sweet and sour sauce is quite optimal, I do find.
And there might be those of you that argue, wait, hang on, Xander. We use sweet and sour chicken. We use sweet and sour pork. I argue that sweet and sour chicken is just chicken nuggets drenched in sweet and sour sauce. Sweet and sour pork is just pork nuggets drenched in sweet and sour sauce.
Argue all you want. You appear to be basing your arguments on a bit of facts. Well, Tom, what is your option of choice here? I do see something next to me.
My personal go-to is barbecue. I just think it hits different. I enjoy it. I think it's a crowd pleaser. You can't really go too wrong with it. It's delicious. And so, yeah, no complaints. But Jasper Johnson, little JJ, who's sitting here with us, he's probably hoping to get a nugget. He can't help himself to a nugget. He attests to the fact that mixing sweet and sour and barbecue together gives you the best combination, the best flavour.
I do worry about the future of our countries with young minds like that running around, as that is nicely paddled away with the bat. So paddled maybe might be the correct choice of words for a single. Jack Graves, lovely footwork, bit of change in the field as Matt Veach lets that one go. They have brought in a deep cow under the udders there at mid-wicket.
I'm not sure that is a deep cow. I think I'll just call that a deep square leg, but
I think
deep square leg mid-wicket, yeah.
Deep square leg mid-wicket, potentially. I think I just wanted to throw in my catchphrase of under the udders.
Oh.
Potentially. That could possibly be, but no, we will keep this in the most appropriate in the cricket commentation, as that is very well bowled. Great work so far. I am enjoying watching this spin. I think spin is an art form. And right now, Mr. Towel Pants, as we've dubbed him, bowling fantastic, as that is very well played away by Matt Veach. Only 3 bowlers used so far, 22, 23 overs into an 80-over game. Thoughts on that, Thomas?
Sorry, I was eating a nugget. What was that?
Only 3 bowlers used so far in 22 overs out of an 80-over game. Thoughts on that?
It will be interesting to see how many bowls they do use. Of course, 5 is the required amount. They have been known to bowl up to 7 overs, Deepdene United, 7 bowlers, throughout the season. But I think they have their plans down there. They know which bowls they want bowling on each bat. They're smart cricketers. They're not just going to go willy-nilly. So as we get into lower order, I think that's when we'll see some new bowls come out. If there's a change of wicket, if there's a fall of wicket even, I think that's when they might make a change, knowing that the opener Jack Graves is out, or Matt Veach, who prefers the long game, waiting for some looser deliveries. That's when they might change it up. But for now, I think Deepdene will be happy with how the game's gone.
Yes, last week they did only use the 4 bowlers. We have not seen Gregory here yet. Harrison and Julian bowling quite well. 18 overs from Harrison, 4 for 46. And I think Julian might be the pronunciation. I apologise profusely to his family if you're listening. But he took 3 for 46 off 21. And then Riddle, the captain, 3 for 63 off 20. Spin bowling, quite unforgiving at times. But I can see, based on what I've seen so far, and in my previous watchings of his deliveries, he's got a talent with the ball.
Now, Jack Graves, of course, facing now. He has been out there for the entire game batting, opening up with Nick Sparks. Jack Graves this season, he has scored 362 runs in his 17 matches, with an average of about 24.
We have actually received confirmation, Tom, of the bowlers' names. This is Julian, or Julie Ann from the far end, and Riddle was bowling from our end. The mystery has been solved. Detective Panopoulos and Graves.
The riddle has
Case
been
closed.
riddle has been solved.
The riddle has been solved.
Case closed. Well, Julian bowling a jack, formerly known as Jagger. Just
Very
lets
well
that one go. Jagger this season, bit of a slow start. Didn't really make, couple 20s, couple 16s in the first couple games. Ended up with 48 in a game against Deepdene United. That was his first big score for the season. 48 before going out LBW, unfortunately. Then 55 against Clifton Hill, another notable start. And then 78 against Bearwood United in the final round of the season. So that was 78 not out, which he'll be proud of, his best score for the season. But he'll be hoping better today.
Very well done there by Matt. Very well left. Hello, Liam.
Liam Lemon, right? Just joining us. Liam, thoughts on the game so far?
Pretty evenly matched. Pleased, I reckon either team could run away with it from here. So hopefully Trinity can just settle in and play the long game and bat all day.
And Liam, of course, is known for his ability to set a good field. Just your thoughts. They have brought in a deep square leg. It hasn't been hit to him yet, but what's your opinion on the Deepdene field at the moment?
I don't think they need a deep square leg for a left arm bowler who's spinning it away from a left-hander. It makes absolutely no sense. They should have a sweeper out on the offside.
There we go. Liam opting for a sweeper even though the ball hasn't been hit there once. Some great insight from Lemon.
On the offside, that's why he is the captain. That is why he is the captain, Tom, and we are merely making remarks on the events. Thank you very much, Liam. He's had a fantastic season so far. Captain of the Threes. Again, unfortunate not to play today due to weather issues, but it is quite lovely here at Macleay Park. As that concludes another over. Trinity Willison 2 for 66 after about 23 overs. Tom Graves, I must ask you. We were talking about the Sparks lineage before.
Mm-hmm.
Who is your favourite Sparks?
My favourite Sparks. Well, see, I'm an admirer of the Sparks family. Paul Sparks always gets it done. I believe cardiac surgeon himself, playing every week. I think he will feature in a final as well this weekend. Of course, you got Nick Sparks, club legend already. You've got Louise, who just always comes through with the delicacies and the goods whenever you need. Mike's twin, whose name I do not know.
Chris, I believe.
Chris, well, Mike's twin he can be. And then, of course, James and Ollie. But I think, for me, it would have to be Paul. He's always given me some words of wisdom when I was coming through the club, when I was coming up as a junior. And he's just a stalwart at training. I don't think anyone ever bowls more balls in the nets than he does. Which is good. Also, some very exquisite calf muscles.
Yes, he's quite the specimen. I too share your sentiments towards Paul Sparks. He's helped me a lot through my career. And also he's a very, very funny man. As that is driven very nicely by Jack to the fielder at cover. We did send out a survey to some of Trinity Willison players, and the general consensus of favourite Sparks was Louise Sparks. So Louise, congratulations! You have won the prize of being formerly known as the greatest Sparks at Trinity Willison Cricket Club.
No doubt it's swayed by the fact that both Nick and Mike contributed to the survey, and probably the Clark brothers will be expecting a lift from Louise at some point this coming weekend. Was there a second place in that poll, or was it unanimous?
It was an almost unanimous decision, even though there was someone who did come second, and that would be James. But unfortunately, didn't get over the line.
James Sparks, of course. I believe he played in the under-18s final recently, didn't he?
Last night, I believe he did, yes.
Night,
against Donvale, who have been known to terrorise many junior teams over the past couple of years.
They have. We're very proud of our boys. Unfortunately, they didn't get up last night, but James, of course, a staple amongst the ECA representative teams, and playing his fair share of games in the senior side. We are proud of him, and in fact, both Sparks triplets who would have been playing in that game.
As that is driven fantastic. It is pierced the covers, much like a blade through the sheets. And they've gotten through for a single there. And that concludes another over. Trinity Willison 2 for 67 after 25 overs.
Trinity Willison.
Matt, getting a lot of positive chat from the fan base at Trinity Willison and the rest of his team. A lot of chats to play your role. There is a belief at this club that if we just play our game, we all know our roles, we stick to the plan as a team, that at the end of the day we will come through as a unit.
If I can quote the great man Dwayne Johnson, know your role and shut your mouth. Quite inspirational words. That concludes another over. Very closely contested here, which is what you want in a grand final. Trinity Willison going at about nearing 3 and over.
They are doing very well. Xander, what would you call par on this ground? Of course, the score is 2 for 70 off 27 overs. What would you take today, Xander?
Almost guaranteed to win. But if we're talking about par, it's a big ground, it's soft. I'm thinking maybe I was going to say 260. 260 wins you the game. Maybe 220, 230.
260 wins you the game. 220, 230. Interesting. It is a slow outfield. Of course, I haven't played cricket in well over a year. So I just wouldn't know. I have noticed that there is a very similar pitch here to that of the one at Frog Hollow. Of course, got the pitch down the middle and then a bit of AstroTurf lining. Bit of an outside skin to it, if you will. I imagine both team, or actually Trinity might be a bit happier with that than Deepdene.
I do think Deepdene also have that potentially out at Hayes Paddock if that's their ground.
Well, there you go. I haven't played in a year, so who really knows?
Also, I think the last time we played against Deepdene would have been in F grade many, many moons ago. And Daniel Harford was there, who's playing today. He was hitting around us 14, 15-year-olds.
Well, there you go. Xander, your stickball knowledge is far superior to mine, because I remember playing F grade, but I don't remember anyone we played. Anyway, it seems like we have a change of bowler. Am I right?
That is correct, and we will get his name to you soon for your listeners of Trinity Willison fanfare. And if you are a Deepdene fan, you guys know who's bowling. So
Can we pick up I wonder if we could pick up his name just from the support he's getting from his teammates.
I did not hear anything.
No, well, unfortunately, they're not supportive enough. There's not enough chat. They're not loud enough in the field that we can make out his name. So very poor from Deepdene Uniting there, letting us down and letting their teammate down. But the bowler not letting his team down as he bowls some tight areas.
Well, it seems that they might have heard you. They were a bit more vocal with that delivery. But I don't know if they said, good job, man. Or Bill, as once again for the field, you have your deep man at deep cover for Jack Graves. And another one kind of at that deep sweeper on the leg side, as that is tossed up very well left. You have your square leg. I believe that must be a fielder out there at square leg, hopefully. And then you got your mid wicket, your mid on, your mid off, your one.
You'd hope so, considering he's in the middle of the field.
Yes, you would hope so, but I have seen strange things happen on cricket pitches, especially in park cricket, where people seem to walk their dogs and go, I do not see the cones.
I think Jagger's just going to be hoping for the bowler to accidentally fly one a bit too full so he can get a nice clean drive on it. Otherwise, a bit of a shorter one that he can just back of a length play through. I don't think you'll see too many cross-bat shots here, or a sweep shot for that matter.
No, probably not, especially in grand final cricket. Sensible cricket will do it, as that is the end of another over. Great over there by Deepdene.
Now, I do have a theory, Xander, that any ball from a spinner is sweepable. If you get far enough down the ground, get to it on the half volley before it bounces, it's sweepable.
Look, I have seen your theory be put to the test. And quite frankly, the results when you do it are outstanding.
I just think if you're confident enough, you're athletic enough, you have the knees to do it, it's foolproof. Once again, I haven't played cricket in over a year, ladies and gentlemen, so I think you can trust me.
Yes, for you young ones out there, just straight bat on ball is what you should be doing at your level. But once you reach this other level, like Matt Veach hitting that one beautifully, punching it through to that point area, you're able to become a bit more free flowing. I believe the rule of thumb is once you prove yourself, you can let anything fly.
That was a prime example of Matt Veach waiting for his. He got a good set of applause from his teammates. Of course, the bowler Riddle just apologising for dropping one short there, and Matt capitalised, just getting his single that he was looking for.
Yes, and he gets right back onto that lovely line. He really is flighting the ball quite well. I'm enjoying watching Riddle do his work here.
Yeah, he's pretty good, Xander. He's pretty good.
He is the captain. As that one is a little bit shorter, commentary curse. We apologise to Deepdene fans, as that is hit straight towards the man at deep square leg. So you are right there, Tom. Deep square leg is there, is that position there, as they switch for the left-handed.
Good
and they are opting just for one man at deep square leg. Everyone else is up. And I believe that man is moving around now to be under the udders at cow, which I will push for a second time and hope that it sticks like a nickname.
Once again, what do I know? But it seems like having two out on the onside for Jagger versus one out for Matt, they're just hoping that if Riddle does drop one short, which of course he's not going to do intentionally, but if he does, they're hoping that Jack's going to try and get under that ball, capitalise, get a big six, and probably give them a chance for a catch. But as we just saw, he drop it down, and there was strong intent from Jack to dig that one into the ground, and happy to just take the single. All right, happy to take the single. It's a free run to him. He's not going to be too risky at this stage of the game.
No, and I think that is what separates your opening batsman and your higher grades from batsmen a bit lower down the order. It's that patience and knowing another ball will come. And Jack Graves is doing that quite well so far. Trinity also moved to 2 for 72 after 20, could be 29 or 24 and a calf.
I believe it's 29.
I believe it is 29, yes. I must say, this is one of the best grounds to play cricket at in the Eastern Cricket Association. Very, very lovely. I'm a fan of big grounds as opposed to small grounds, as Jack stands tall on his tippy toes, hits that straight to cover, who's moved around.
As far as grounds of the ECA do go, this is one of the nicer ones. You and I, of course, having to play at Yattleton, for example.
Yes.
Back to the fence, literally, as you're trying to run into ball. Not to mention the bike path and the river. I think I lost the ball in the first over at Nettleton. Brand new one. Just had to go get a shitty rock out of the... Oh, apologies for the language. A poor rock out of the bag. After 2 balls of innings.
I hope you weren't invoiced for it. As that one is left through. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of rivers flowing adjacent to grounds that cricket are played at quite commonly. It seems like some kind of council scheme. As that one is going to be a bad shepherd bye. And let's see, they will push for 2. Jack Graves coming back for a second one.
It's a good pickup. You didn't see it on the camera. That was just clean fielding from the Deepdene player. I'm just going to comment on that because I appreciated it. It looked good.
Yeah, so much like we are told, never put your knee down when you're inside the inner circle. And he must have stretched his hamstrings quite well because that was smooth.
Trinity, just to support your point from earlier where Jack's going to really buy this time. He's not going to play anything too risky. He's not going to be too silly. He's there for the long game. That's all the talk coming from the fan base at the moment and from his teammates. Just saying, Jagger, be there for us, mate. Be there for us. Stick it through. There's no need to rush the runs early.
100%, and especially from a batting standpoint, this is the last time that most of these batsmen will bat for this season. So make the most of it. Get your money's worth. Do they pay subs in finals? I'm unaware. You haven't played cricket in a year. I haven't.
I believe subs are all prepaid this year.
Prepaid. Very well. Unless you coach, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you not pay your subs, Xander?
Well, if you're thinking about coaching,
Xander, did you not pay your subs?
Did you
not pay your subs?
For legal reasons, I cannot confirm nor deny my subs payment. Luckily for me, Trinity Willison, if you opt to coach, your subs are paid. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're thinking about maybe coaching, that might be just the thing to get you over the line. Help the next generation of cricketers. As Jasper Johnson is one of my students of the game, and he has surpassed me already at a very young age.
And if you are just joining us, it's not a drinks break. Ricky Ponting has just rocked up to the ground to say hi and have a little gather. So all the players have rushed off to go get his autograph. So we'll be back in a moment after Ricky's done signing all of their gear.
What the hell was that?
They did well this weekend. I'm going to talk. You are fat. You are fat. Are you sure about that? I'm fat, mate.
Nick Graves got 2.
Just as we return to the game, bit of an update from Campbell Grammar's grand final. They do have Marsland 4 for 28, with Marsland needing to chase down 168 and 50 overs. But as that one's flown a bit high, a bit full from Riddle, he gets away with it as Jagger just punches at it. Kind of firm hands, to be honest. Unusual from Jagger. He really is hitting his ideal length here. He's trying to get just landing before it's played off the bat. Really hoping to sort of milk the batter into lofting one up high, finding that edge, finding a gap between bat and pad, or even just spooning it to a fielder.
It's just, is fantastic. Really cutting through the wind. Not easy to do. Not an easy ask for himself as skipper to put himself on at these conditions. But he's bowling really well so far. Now, Tom, I want to be real with you for a second. All this talk about private schools just reminded me of something that, look, it really grinds my gears.
Do tell.
I am not a fan of schools that don't have their suburb in their title.
Schools without a suburb in their title. Schools without a suburb in the title. Now, there is a school that rings a bell. We've played them, actually, in the ECA competition. Next to a freeway, a synthetic cricket oval, Xander.
Full synthetic. The Women's World Cup was in full synthetic, and they all had bleeding legs.
It was. Do you recall the team that I'm...
Mazenod, Tom.
Mazenod College. Never heard of a place called Mazenod. Wouldn't want to go to a school in a place called Mazenod, even if it did exist.
Yeah, I just think, if you're starting a family and you're trying to think, where should we move? Where do we want to send our kids? Schools come to mind straight away. And you're missing out on potentially having an influx of students, because what is Mazenod? What is Scotch?
Also, it's just free advertising, really. Free advertising.
100%, it's about the optics. The Google search engine, someone looks up Glen Waverley, they'll find Glen Waverley College.
Mm-hmm. If I say, hey, I go to Deepdene High, you know exactly where that is.
I'm like, great.
If I say I go to Star of the Sea, what is that? Is that a swim centre?
What is that?
Is it a school? Is it a diving program?
Is it aquatic leisure? I am unsure.
Star of the Sea.
Disappointing.
Upset by that. No one ever pointed it out to me, Xander, but I actually am quite upset now that you've brought it up.
Look, I'm sorry for affecting your mood. As Matt Veach dances down, hits that straight to the fielder. Bit of a misfield, but they will not run on that.
Speaking of controversial, we've just got a tidbit. Once again, the Campbell game. This is just a cricket tidbit. So apparently, second last ball of the innings. The bowler maybe beats the bat, maybe finds an edge. There's an appeal from the keeper. All right, second last ball, an appeal from the keeper for caught behind. It's not given, but the batsmen have decided they're going to steal a run. It's the second last ball. They got to do it. They're stealing a run. All right, the keeper throws it at the wicket, doesn't connect. They make the run. Now, there is zero signal from the umpire for a bye or a leg bye, which inherently means he hit it, which inherently means he was caught behind. So, no bye, an appeal for caught behind. I'm just dumbfounded, Xander. I'm dumbfounded.
Look, Tom, all I have to say is grand final pressure not only affects the playing parties, it is a privilege to be selected to officiate a grand final. They too are operating under duress and plenty of stress. A lapse of judgment.
It's just cricket.
Is what it was. But it is just cricket at the end of the day. It is just cricket. As we continue here, Riddle bowling to Jack Graves. Very well flighted, very well played. I'm enjoying this, Tom.
I am too, Xander. Now, Jagger, I've just noticed, is using a different bat to what he's used in last season. It's devoid of stickers. It seems that it's been rehandled recently, and I'm actually pretty sure that's my bat that he's using. Curiously enough.
Did you give him permission?
Well, funnily enough, I think I received that bat from him and the rest of my family as a birthday present. But it's good to see that he's making use of it as he drives that one out to deep cover, and it's just collected before the boundary in a very slow outfield. He gets 2 runs for it. But it does have a middle. I can attest to that. I am shocked to see him using it.
Look, well, I've always been a stern believer that if you were to buy someone any kind of gift, buy them something that you would want yourself.
And that he has done. Anyways, he faces up now.
As he hits that one very nicely. They do have a leg slip as well, which you don't see quite often, usually opting for a 45, but I think the line that Riddle is bowling, they're looking for it to maybe just grip a little bit more and pop up off the bat into Jack Graves' thighs. As he drives that one, it has gone past the man at cover and it has stopped.
Geez, there was some shouts of catch there. I'm not too sure where that was coming from. It was a pretty rudimentary. You'd have to have a pretty silly cover in there to have caught that, but yeah, good shot from Jagger.
And once again, the ball going past Harford. I don't know many players, but I do know Harford and Riddle. And luckily for me, the ball's going near them so I can commentate properly instead of having to call this guy Towel Pants.
Anyway, Towel Pants bowling to Matt Veach now. So Sarge is going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. So trying to get an angle up. There is one slip in play. They do have a very short cover, very silly cover. As he drags that one, and it is hit straight to the deep square leg. That would have raced away for 4, but lapped up by the deep square leg quite easily.
Yeah, bowling to your field, fantastic there. I thought it was interesting not to have the leg slip when you are doing that angle, but it seems that Riddle knows what he is doing. That is why he has captained his team successfully into another grand final.
Once again, Xander, I haven't played cricket in a year, but I have no clue what the plan was on that final ball there. I honestly don't know whether he just misbowled it, whether he meant to play it short, whether he was trying to con Matt into hitting a catch to a deep fielder. I don't know.
Some things we will never know, Tom.
Yes, but we do know the score, which is 2 for 79 of 33 overs. For those of you listening at home, I have no clue if my cricket is working at the moment, Xander, but 2 for 79 of 33.
As we're continuing here, field, a little bit of a field for you. We have a backward square leg, a man at cow under the udders. You have your shorter mid wicket, your mid on. There is your silly cover that you are requesting. It seems that Riddle was listening to our fantastic coverage here of the Trinity Willison and Deepdene Macgibbon Shield Grand Final, brought to you by plenty of sponsors that will be listed later. Thank you very much, everyone, for sponsoring us. You have your cover and your backwards point as well. Great field. The plan here is...
Ooh. Bit of a full toss. Quite easily lapped up by the mid-wicket. I believe that... Is that Harford?
I believe that is Harford.
There we go. We're learning. Deepdene Uniting faithful. We are making an effort to learn your players' names. And we apologise for the majority of them that we do not know at this point.
Yes. If you would like to help us out, please bring us some flashcards. Sitting at the car park end. Or the end opposite. Well, the striking end currently. So please, Deepdene faithful, don't be scared. We do wear matching colours, so that should count for something. It's Matt Veach waiting. Moves his feet again, and he's pushed a single. Great pickup. They've thrown it to the keeper's end. Well stopped by the keeper, but they do get through for a single. And I think footwork is key when you are facing spin, and Matt doing that very efficiently currently.
That is what he is pretty much known for, is his ability to put in a good position to play almost any ball. Whether it's a spinner and playing with some good footwork or being consistent and not getting lazy in his stance to the faster bowlers is just consistent. Mr. Consistent, Matt, I would say, with his batting performance. Or batting style, I should say. Not easily conned into playing a loose shot. As that one's just flicked off the pad. The deep mid-wicket's going to come in and collect that. But Jagger, once again, more than happy to just take these singles. Play the long game. We are nowhere near halfway through the overs.
Yes, it is 2 for 79 currently. Again, we do apologise for my cricket being down. We have requested that the scoreboard be moved so we can see it from our angle. So hopefully we're able to, reiterate that to you as Matt Veach blocks that one.
Well, you complain, Xander, but I think you just have poor eyesight, because I can see it quite clearly from where I'm sitting. The score is 2 for 80-odd. They're going to update it now at the end of the over, but 2 for just over 80 off 34 overs. Jason Foe, tuning in from the States, I believe.
I believe so. I reckon one of the best coaches we've had the pleasure of playing under.
Jason Foe, a former staple. I'm sure we can get his stats up later, but a former staple in this first 11 team a couple of seasons ago. Of course, used to coach the under 14s at Trinity Willison alongside Tom Eberhard, son of Ross Eberhard, a club legend, life member. But Tom and Jason Foe, the coaches who helped lead the most memorable for me grand final in Trinity Willison history, the under 14 B2 premiers.
Yes, last week, if you were tuning into our coverage, I was joined by T.A. Walker, who was also in that side, with his infamous running the ball in from the boundary while everyone screams at him to throw it.
Yes, we should probably say that one was just
fantastic.
flicked off the pads by Jagger. There's no fine leg in play, no short fine leg, so it had to be chased by the mid wicket.
And they get through to 2 for 81 now.
But yeah, I do recall in that final, it was juniors playing. The final ball of the game was hit deep to mid wicket, and didn't know what to do. Didn't want to risk throwing it in. Couldn't handle the overthrows. From the deep mid wicket, the fielder ran the ball all the way into the stumps, as the rest of the team was bewildered as to what was going on.
So once again, he's opting for that change of angle. Bowling left arm around the wicket. Gripping. Oh, fantastic line. You are sacrificing the LBW from there, but I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to suffocate Matt Veach, force him into playing into that stacked field.
Yeah, he's had a bit too... It's been a bit too easy for him to play the offside. They do a 5 on the offside, so the slip. A very, very short, very silly cover, regulation point, and a mid-off. So I think they're just trying to tighten it up and stop him from those easy singles. They've got a box man in play and a mid-wicket as well. So nothing easy on the field, no quick singles for him. They're going to try and force him into a bigger shot.
As we will toss that one up again, Matt getting forward and blocking the ball. Well played, well bowled. End of another over. Score is 2 for 81 after 35. Very closely contested as we're nearing the halfway mark. You would think if it stays consistent, 2 for 81, you would not be happy with 160 at the end of 80 overs of play. Would you, Tom?
I don't think I would, but I am happy with where they're sitting now. Just 80 off about 35 odd, I think, or 39, sorry. No, 35.
I believe it is 35.
Yeah, 82 or 35. I think they'll be happy with that. They know that they're just waiting for the back of the overs. You will see them start to pick it up. They're in no rush to lose wickets early on, as Jack Graves demonstrates that. Just opting for a quick single.
And I think, as was discussed last week as well, wickets in the shed is what you want. Any batting side wants wickets in the shed.
And Trinity, they have big hitters down there. They have the likes of Tom Clark. They have the likes of Charlie Clark down in the sheds, of course. Sam Jordan as well. Harrison Roger, who can contribute his fair share. They've got plenty of good batters. And they're just in no rush to really start throwing their wickets or risking their wickets at this point.
As that one very tossed up very well. Matt Veach doing lovely work, and they have put pressure on the field. They get through for a single. Deepdene on their heels, a little bit lax.
Jack Graves, I think, on his heels there. I'm not sure if he was backing up too much. Nevertheless, hustled all the way through.
Just remember, kids, if you're watching cricket, make sure you're walking in with the bowler. Make sure you're backing up from the non-striker's end. The bowler making an adjustment, moving the man at point a bit more pointy to a backward point.
It seemed like such an unnecessary change, Xander. I think he was just frustrated by that single there and decided he's going to have to do something to tell his team he's unhappy, and so decided to change a fielder there pointlessly. I think he moved about one step to the left to a place where the ball has not been hit all game. Nevertheless, to Jagger he bowls. Fired it up.
And it's gone straight to him. He knows what he's doing.
Straight to the fielder who just got moved.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
I would argue that if he hadn't have moved, it would have been easy enough to take one step and collect that ball. But still.
Look, it's all about energy usage and being efficient.
Once again, I haven't played cricket in over a year, so what do I know? These players out here, they're far wiser than you or I.
Look, they are. That's why they're in the Macgibbon Shield Grand Final, and we are not. As that is well played there by Jack as well. Really well bowled. This is what has gotten Deepdene to the grand final. Execution. As that one tossed up once again, Jack just be happy to bunt it. As that concludes another over, Trinity Willison moved to 2 for 84 after... Did we say 35 overs last time?
It was. This is 36 overs.
36 overs. 6 times 6 is 36.
2 for 84 off 36. Now, speaking of grand final tactics,
Yes, Tom.
harking back to that under 14 B2, it was just full of mystery. So many questionable decisions. I believe one of the tactics was an informed batter. I think they probably needed about 10 runs off 10 balls. For some reason, as a bowling side, we decided, you know what? If we beat the bat, all right, instead of the keeper just collecting the ball, taking the dot, what we would rather do is give them a free run. Just allow them a bye. Get this man off of the strike. All right? Don't take the dot. No way. Don't try and just give it a single next time he hits it. We're just going to give him free runs. So I think when they needed 10 off 10, we did that 3 times. We gave them 3 free runs in the last 2 overs just by purposely letting byes through. The keeper just failing to field the ball.
Yes. I believe you were keeping, weren't you, Tom?
I was keeping.
And I was behind you at fine leg.
And I believe it was my plan.
Look, Tom, all I have to say is I have never felt more pressure standing on the boundary, having to run and dive repeatedly at errand balls.
Of course, we didn't have a backstop back in those days, so we did rely on Xander at fine, like sprinting across, unaware of what the plan was, I assume.
Yes, extremely unaware. I think inside I was going, why are we letting this guy bowl? These are just extras. I should be bowling. Put me on, Tom.
Some gaffes from the crowd, no doubt, wondering why we were just trying to leak 4 runs for no good reason.
No good reason. But it worked out in the end as a change in the bowling. I believe this must be Mr. Gregory.
You know what, it did. And as much as you want to, criticize the tactics, we won. So anybody who questions them, just know that we won and we were right. And that is the mindset in cricket. It's not about the performance, it's about the result.
Yeah, it is about the team game. There is no I in team, but there is an I in premiership. A couple I's, actually.
And of course, all the players here have their eye on that premiership trophy. Deepdene looking for vengeance from last year. Trinity looking to defend their title. Matt Veach playing that one straight. There's been a change of bowler from this end.
Yes, I do. As I said before, I think it's Gregory. Once again, we apologise to the Deepdene faithful. Yep, I am sorry.
Interesting. The man who was in the slip cordon early on and got thrown out is now fielding at mid-off. As there's a shout for an LBW. I would hazard a guess that was not pitching in line. Of course, he is bowling right arm over the wicket, I believe, to the left-hander, so it is likely to pitch down leg. That would be my guess as to why it wasn't given.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, and this is the challenge, especially with the way that Gregory bowls. It is whippy, and it doesn't. It's not a lot of outswing. It's not swinging back in. It's just hitting the spot and going away from the lefty. So you really have to try and adjust that line.
And you can see as he rolls in, ladies and gentlemen, as he runs in, I should say, he does start very wide of the crease. So he's going to cross, especially that last ball that went for a dot. It just angles right across. Speaking of angles, I've got a good one of the mug of Angus Stanfield, who is here joining us. Angus, just been for a round of golf, mate? Yeah.
How successful were you in your endeavours?
Decent.
Apparently he refuses to lean in and speak into the microphone, but he says he was decent, ladies and gentlemen. Where'd you play? Freeway Golf Club. 18 or 9? 18 holes.
Over or
with
under?
the old man, or with some friends? Sander, were you there playing golf?
No, I was not there playing
I wasn't
golf.
there. Wait. Curious. He claimed he was with friends, and yet neither Sander and I were there.
Yeah, that's very curious. And quite frankly, I see why I wasn't there, given the prestige of the Freeway Golf Course and the amount of divots I usually leave. As we see a change in the bowling, I believe. Is this your favorite orange shoes coming back onto bowl? Orange sole.
Orange Soul. You know, it just might be.
As they're looking to change up. Score is 2 for 84 after 36. They're looking to bring back on some seam after a really great period of spin bowling, I think. Slowed down the run rate, which is what they want. And now they're looking to try and get some more wickets with the seam bowling.
And Trinity Willison will be looking to adjust to the change of pace, the change of tactic, and see if they can put their foot on the throttle.
Of course, we're unaware of what the scores are for each of the batsmen, but 2 for 84, 86, or I should say. You'd assume Jagger's on a fair few, as he faces another bowler here.
And the first ball a little too full, punished away. The bowlers pull up a little bit sore as that is stopped on the boundary. That ball has hooped a fair bit from our angle. Big chunk of outswing.
That has been his favourite shot of the day, though, Jagger. He's had a couple boundaries through that mid-wicket, flicking it off the pads, I should say, through mid-wicket area. He's a couple deep and pulling up for 2 runs, couple going all the way for 4. That one the same, pulling up before the boundary for 2 runs.
And he plays that one quite well. I believe the flick does run in your family as a shot of choice. However, some people do tend to execute a bit better than others. Tom, you're a fan of the leading edge as one of your primary dismissal methods. Any comments on that?
See, it's funny you say that. I just recalled the fact that Jack has stolen my bat for this game. So maybe it's the bat, Xander. Maybe there's something in the weight of it. Just causes you to fold the hands in and flick as you follow through. But clearly he's better executing than I am.
As that is very well left there.
I think that goes on to my sweeping argument that every bowler, spinner, sweeper, if you go to flick it off your pads to a spinner, far more likely to get a leading edge than if you get on one knee, play across, play the sweep shot.
That's right. You heard it here, kids. Yeah. Just play across the line. Bit
of a pull out there. I think there was some talking as the bowler was running in. Jagger not too happy, but you know what? Jagger's just going to play his game, and that's what they're telling him to do. Telling him to reset. Bowler playing some mind games here. Tying up his orange sole shoes. Jagger. Signature little bat wobble. Again a flick. This one was a full toss down leg. It gets flicked. Collect it rather cleanly and decides to underarm it for some reason. Doesn't want to throw it the whole way. Thinks he's going to use a square leg as a bit of a middleman. I haven't seen that since juniors, Xander, where you can't throw it the whole way. So have someone meet him halfway.
Yeah, so he might be preserving the arm, given that he's bowling from the other end. Jack Graves adjusting himself.
Still caught the middleman off guard. Wasn't expecting it. I'm all about the storylines here, Xander, and the biggest storyline I feel is the man from the corner. Still looking distraught at mid-on. In the floppy, sort of kicking the grass. Shirt untucked. He's in the long sleeves. So you figure he's not going to have a bowl today.
Well, I think to add to that point, he was just taken out of the attack as well.
As Jack backs away from that.
As there's a lot of talk out there from the Deepdene faithful.
Jack Graves seems to be very upset with the talk behind the cordon as they're walking in. It was called a dead ball.
It seems
it's unclear whether the umpires... Yeah, he seems to want to have a talk to the man behind the stumps, not the batsman, about why he's backing away. Of course, a great deal of animosity between these two sides. All in good faith, of course. Nothing hateful. Just
well-spirited.
Yeah, well-spirited, but of course they're going to get into each other. It is cricket. And no doubt Jack will be getting a bit of stick from them about backing away twice now.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like tennis. You don't talk when they're trying to serve or play, and you don't talk when the bowler's running into bowl.
Of course, and we can only assume that Jack did hear something. He wouldn't back away for no reason. He's not here to waste time. He's not here to waste the bowler's time, but there must have been some kind of chat that he wasn't happy with.
It's probably be a bouncer.
Back into it now, yep.
Oh, well bowled. Fantastic. I was so wrong. That looked fantastic out of the hand.
That was good.
You could see. I could see the seam as it just vehemently swung away.
Wouldn't it be amazing if we could just bowl like that?
Oh, look,
you and I.
I reckon if we could bowl like that, you and I, we would be places that don't involve microphones.
Xander, we might not be fans of Deepdene United, but we are fans of good cricket.
That was good cricket. And once again, he is just hooping that in a mile, and that is a ball that is 37 overs old and has been hit for about 84, 85 runs.
And quite rightfully getting a large round of applause from the crowd.
Yeah, that's a great set of bowling. He is executing quite well. I hope his back is okay. He seemed to be stretching out his sides, dash his back, so I hope that he's going to hold up well for him and today and tomorrow's team. We'll be looking for a big contribution from that bowler. And once again, I wish I knew his name.
Orange Souls.
But to us, he will always be Orange Souls.
OS? Aussie?
Aussie?
Aussie.
Aussie Disposals? Whatever happened to Aussie Disposals? Why is Aussie Disposals spelled O-Z-Z-I-N-E?
I didn't even know that, Sander. As a bit of a score update, though, for those of you listening at home, 2 for 88 off 38.
Oh, and he's hit that line. Fantastic.
That's good cricket.
These seam bowlers really executing. Scotty, I hope you're watching. I thought that was a bird. Yeah, I hope you're watching tomorrow when you'll be bowling or batting. Execute like these guys.
Thoughts on the headband, Xander, from the bowler?
I'm a fan. For those that have played cricket with me over the years, you would know back in my younger days, I used to wear a bright pink headband while bowling with a red cricket ball, trying to get every advantage that I can. I believe during COVID once, white ball cricket, I wore a white face mask while bowling, and I took 2.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Bit of Phantom of the Opera about it.
Only slightly. Without, of course, the kidnapping and the misleading.
The headband looks a bit tight for me. There's a bit too much of a gap between the hairline and where their headband is. So you got to have more forehead beneath the headband than above, in my opinion. And at the moment, he's got more forehead above the headband. So there's headband, forehead, and then hairline. He just needs to bump it up a bit.
Look, I do believe his current... Oh, that is a great shot by Matt Veach towards the man straight at cover for a dot. And to add to that point, Tom Graves, I believe his current headband situation would be better suited for a sweatband. A thick, chunky sweatband.
True. We are expecting heat to roll in. You obviously cannot see the sky, but it is a bit cloudy at the moment. But most games were cold off because of the heat. Macgibbon was not, though. As Matt, speaking of bumping things up...
And there is your favourite man there. A diving effort. He might be in the cordon within the next 10 to 15 overs.
The team is coming to get around him. The man from mid-off running all the way over. Just give him a high five. Or mid-on, sorry. Running all the way over to give him a high five. Matt Veach, earlier in the over, played that exact same shot straight to the fielder as he tried to push and force some runs, and plays the same shot again cleanly off the bat and gets his single there that he's been looking for.
As we move to 89, we'll be getting a scoring update for the batsmen's scores for all of you watching, as we've sent one of our colleagues to go and have a look. Again, we do apologise for the cricketing outage that we're experiencing from My Cricket.
It's not really our fault, is it, though?
No, it is not our fault. However, I have a confession to make, Tom.
What's your confession?
I may have hacked into the My Cricket servers so it looked like I was playing Macgibbon today.
Xander?
Yes, Tom?
I think all of us would have done the same, but...
Yeah, look...
Anyways, as we roll in, we should probably let you know the field. There's 2 on the onside, just a mid-wicket and a box man. Couple in the cordon, 2 slips as that one beat the bat. And I'm not even going to describe the rest of the field because that's the end of the over. So why even bother?
Why even bother? As the score moves 2 for 90 odd.
2 for 89.
89 to be precise, after I believe that's a 39. So we're getting towards the halfway point, getting towards 40 overs in for the cricket. Trinity Willison, a lot of wickets still in the shed. Good bit of runs. Deepdene, they have been bowling fantastic here. Haven't seen a lot of loose balls. They are just right on top of this session, I would say.
I would say they have, look so far, touch wood, that they won't, have a capitulation in the next over. But I would say that Trinity have... You'd say Deepdene won the first 10 overs. All right, we lost Nick Sparks. We lost Mike Sparks very early. 2 big hitters for this club. But Matt Veach and Jack Graves should be proud of their efforts, and I think they've won the first half between them. Well on track for a score 200 plus, 220 plus. Barring a capitulation, the Trinity crumble, if you will. Touch wood.
Yes, but after that Trinity crumble, these 2 have combined for a partnership of 45. Jack on 44, Matt on 11. So they've been doing really well to bring it back. And I think right now we are really at a poised level playing field, as that is well left.
But it's the ability to hang in there, not lose another wicket, paired with consistent runs. You wouldn't say that they've made a staggering...
No.
But they haven't made a disappointing total either. It's consistent run scoring matched with protecting your wicket, which is the most impressive thing.
Deepdene looking now to try and break this partnership. Very well bowled again. Matt Veach comfortably kind of flicking that across towards the square leg area as the man at mid-wicket runs across, picks it up, and they get through for a single, and they move to 90.
And make no mistakes, Andrew. We are Milky fans, but Deepdene Uniting are a good team. It is going to be tough out there for the batsmen. You wouldn't be playing in a grand final for the second year in a row if you weren't good at bowling.
100%. I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. And I think Deepdene, last week they only used 4 bowlers. Today they've used more than 4 bowlers so far. I believe 5 have been used in total. That shows they do have more depth. They do have more people to throw the rock to.
But again, I expect it's targeted. They're a smart club. They know which batsmen we have been chasing. Again, they've played us plenty of times. Last season's final, twice this season. They'll know which bowler they want bowling to each of our batsmen. They'll have a plan.
As that one's flicked, they have to push hard. Matt Veach running very well. Great single. Great proactive nature of batting there for Trinity Willison. Jack Gay's moving to 45. Trinity Willison on 91 now.
Speaking of plans, it seems like the overwhelming amount of balls have been outside off to Matt Veach, and they do have a couple in the corner. But outside off to Matt Veach has seemed to be the plan from these 2 new bowlers. Whereas putting it on the stumps to Jagger, trying to force him. He's played that flick shot off the pads about 8 times today so far. So they're blowing on the stumps to Jagger and outside off to Matt Veach.
There is a short one.
Yes, that one is just short straight at the body of Matt Veach.
Yeah, looks like they weren't a fan of your commentary there, Tom, opting to go against exactly what you were saying. Although that still was outside the stumps.
Seems like they're just not a fan of Matt Veach, honestly.
Yeah, which, look, controversial. Matt Veach, a lovely fellow, as we discussed earlier in our coverage. But I don't mind it. It was a very well executed bouncer.
Great fan. And it's just occurred to me, I believe Doyle is the name of Matt Veach's cousin.
Doyle.
So we got the Veaches and the Doyles.
I'm
not sure if there's Doyles playing out there today, but Doyles, of course, the cousins of the Veaches, both playing in the ECA competition. Perhaps a couple of Doyles out there today giving Matt some stick.
Well, yes, I'm sure Matt Veach would have rubbed it in last year at their family gathering, so Doyle will be looking to return the favour. As soft hands, and has just bounced in the cordon, hitting a bit of flesh.
All that moisturiser paying off. Soft hands for Jagger.
Does he use goat moisturiser? Do you know?
I believe it's Dove.
Dove.
Yeah, a bit of a Dove soap, Dove moisturiser fan.
They have been around for a while.
Good question to save for the post-match interview.
That's very true. Is that one once again? He's hit that straight to mid-wicket for a dot. Well bowled, well played.
But just once again, on stumps, again, angling in towards his pads, and Jagger is no choice either to try and play straight or to flick it, and he's been opting for the flick most of the times, and he's been executing well. Look, they're giving Jack a bit of stick there for backing out, but there was a man in the crowd who did shout out as the bowler was running in, so I think that's fair enough. I don't think you can blame Jack there. It wasn't the Deepdene's fault in the field. There was somebody from the crowd who shouted out as the ball was running in.
And Jack plays that very well. And that has nearly been hit on a little bit more. They've thrown that one at Jack. This is stuck there. Look, I do understand, though, from a bowler's perspective, having to run in and stop is quite infuriating. But I think Jack is just locked in right now. And it truly is a batsman's game.
But they're clearly not happy with him. They're clearly going to make it tough out there. As you said, they threw the ball intentionally back to the keeper, forcing Jack to duck up in that scenario. So, a bit of animosity between Deepdene and Jagger out there. Matt V's just chilling down the non-strikers, though. He's having a ball.
Yeah, look, he is. He loves a bit of cricket. He's happy to be out there on the...
We should hope so, considering he spends all Saturday playing cricket.
Well, that's true, as that is very well bowled. Barely missing, any bat.
Jagger just questioning all of his cricket knowledge in that moment as he stared at the pitch, bewildered as to just why he's done that.
Yeah, and I do think, as you're discussing that angle, it's really awkward to kind of bat against. So I think his execution right now has been fantastic.
Yeah, and it's not unusual. Right arm over the wicket to a right-hander. It's a common form of bowling in cricket.
Look, it is the most common form of bowling, but it's more the swing and the angle of the ball out of the hand as I believe that concludes the first session. The first half. As everyone's kind of walking off, 40 overs in, the score 2-4-91.
And we have
41.
We have Alistair Christie here. Alistair, would you care to give us your thoughts on the first session?
Yes, Alex Christie is the name.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go now.
He's been on a lot of. He's been on a bus.
Just your thoughts on the past 5 minutes, then.
Thanks for having me, boys. I was watching along at home. So, I think it's a really good comeback from Jeg and Matty there. Very exciting. Good to see. I think Jeg looks like he's keen for a big knock. Keep up the good work on the comms, boys. It's been great.
Thank you very much, Alex Christie. Alistair, that's.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll live that one down, considering I have played under Alex Christie as a player when he's captain, and also he has been my boss at work multiple times.
Multiple times as well.
Yeah,
well,
pretty poor from me.
I hope you're not looking for any employment opportunities from him as we enter, the halftime show, really, where the crowd tends to gather.
I think we get out there, Zan. I think we try and get some interviews while on camera.
Look, I think you can try your best. I don't know about the router's reception and distance.
We'll see how we go.
You can try your best as I'll monitor it from down here. I'll be if you could do me the honors, Tom. Could you speak into the microphone so I can tell you when?
You can probably see me on the camera. We're just going to see if we can get a bit of a roaming Brian about this.
It's too far away as it's breaking in. As he's still talking, I can hear. As I keep bringing him in.
Hear me. Hear me. Can you hear me?
As we come in a bit closer.
Surely you can hear
Welcome,
me.
yes. I believe maybe.
Surely.
It's a bit staticky. But I have an interview right now. Zach. And Zach walks away. Zach, if you followed us for a long time, Zach and I covered the first grand final and final series for Trinity Willison. Now playing in the ones. Fantastic get from him.
Of course, the story of Zach Schleff going from the seconds to the thirds to the fourths to the thirds to the seconds, now to the firsts. Then to the seconds, then to the first, of course. I'm here with the superior Tom Walker. Anyways, the superior Tom Walker, who's been at the club, who's been scoring. Just thoughts on the game so far. Who do you think's been doing better early doors? Who do you think won the session? Who are the top performers so far?
Top performance clearly Jack Graves, 45 knot at the moment. Definitely putting in a shift for us. Definitely a pretty even session after the second drinks break. I'd argue before then it was pretty much all Trinity Willison. With a lot of hitting in the sheds and 39 overs to go, they'll definitely be looking to accelerate and push past that 250 mark.
Yep. And you were probably close to the team for the first 2 wickets. What was the mood in the sheds up on the pavilion when we lost the 2 wickets early doors in Nick Sparks and Mike Sparks?
The feeling was still pretty good. So obviously no one wants to lose 2 early wickets, but everyone else's ability. So no one's going to walk out there without the confidence of the team and without the team believing that they can do it.
All right, and no notable performances from Deepdene Uniting?
Kern Kapoor and Harry Riddle. Their bowling spell started between, combine the 2 figures when they were bowling together, 8 overs, 7 maidens, none for 1.
The 2 spinners getting the job done, making it hard, tightening the screws. There you go. We might have a little break from the commentary, but we'll be back for the second half of this innings shortly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
permission to fill this up with water? No. Please, I want to ask you about your President's Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as we get ready to kick back into action in the next 5 minutes or so, we are joined by Angus Stanfield, who, because he is not a complete piece of trash, is not going to walk away and will condone this interview. Angus, what's your favourite McDonald's sauce?
Then it's now sweet and sour.
He says mustard, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't catch that, he said mustard.
No, I believe he said sweet and sour, which is another one for my team. I do recall you being an aioli fan.
I was an aioli guy with my nuggets, but now
And
haven't you like the Szechuan sauce or whatever? Like the
Xander, Angus, I do have a question for you. What is historically the greatest place to get some wingdings in Camberwell?
Historically, is it Bobo's Diner? Bobo's American Diner?
I can't remember the name of it.
Starts with a P, ends with an O.
Ends with an O.
Jesus. He's not having a good showing here, ladies and gentlemen. 5 letters. 1 P. 2 O's.
2 O's.
Has to be Pogo.
Polo.
Polo.
Oh, Polo.
Almost had to spell it out for him, ladies and gentlemen. Polo. The greatest wingdings ever. For those of you who like Chargill Charlie's, that's nil. That's nil, people. Polo was where it was at.
Polo's gone.
Was almost a franchise.
Polo are officially nil now.
Do 2 stores make a franchise?
Technically, yeah.
Technically, yeah.
I think like according to like the definition, yeah.
Polo. If I could have one wish, it might just be to bring back Polo. Replace all Red Roosters with Polos.
No, if I could have a wish, it would be bring back legs and breast, where Polo was. That was my go-to back in the day.
Has anyone tried the new? I think is it
Tandoori?
Is it tandoori there?
Yeah, it's a curry house. Yeah.
Curry house.
No.
It's been there for 4 years. I haven't tried it.
Tandoori Den. If you're getting curry in Camberwell, Tandoori Den is where you go. Some great quality naan, of course. We are white, so we love the butter chicken. Chicken tikka masala is pretty good. I think
Lamb Rogan Josh slaps.
the tandoori chicken, though, is exquisite. Underrated. Good samosas. Angus, now, what is your favourite memory of cricket?
Probably that ground right there, about 50 metres away.
Play 2 flags on that ground at Macleay Park. Fortunately, I didn't play in either of those games. Can't remember what I was doing, but I didn't play in either of them. Probably didn't deserve to play in either of them. What about the year you won the President's Cup? Can you just express the joy that you had that year?
Year of 2 halves. First half was good at batting. Second half was good at bowling. Could have won it back to back, but my captain in the next year didn't let bowl me, so you know.
Would you attribute your President's Cup in that year to any particular captaincy decisions, though?
I'd say coaching decisions. Tom Patton was a great coach. Really supported me throughout. And my team was good.
Fair enough. And the year before that, Jason Foe's listening online. You had Jason Foe as your coach. Do you feel like Jason Foe and Tom Everhard failed to unlock your potential?
I never had them as coaches.
So yes, technically.
Lock took it.
You were an undiscovered talent. Anyways, that was some very poor commentary, but we're getting back into the swing of things, ladies and gentlemen. Trinity Willison 2 for 91 or 41 overs. Of course, this is an 80 over affair. Jack Graves on 45 runs and Matt Veach on about 20 odd.
Yes, that was a break, Tom. Quite a break. And this is where the game really comes into fruition.
Yeah, this is really where we start getting into the second half of things, Xander. I think that's just a factually true statement.
It is.
Second quarter, really.
Yeah, no, it really is. And I think this is where it's harder for the batsmen to just kind of switch back on. They worked hard, and that the prolonged absence from the field often is where you can see a lapse in judgment. So they have to reset.
And as you say that, heartbreak for Matt Veach as he looks to the sky. That was a very clear edge. Just cleanly taken by the keeper. Deepdene is static. They could not have asked for a better start.
That's a great. That's a massive treat company we get there. Well bowled. See the bowling just right back on that line of length from the first ball back from the break. Matt Veach batted really well. Unfortunately, he has to depart. Great bit of bowling.
He's just shaking his head. Matt Veach, he was very relaxed during the break. We had a chat with him, both of us. He didn't seem too stressed. He was just keen to get back out there. He knew what his game was going to be. He wasn't going to push at anything. He was just in there to settle in, get started, and that's just not what we wanted to see. A good ball, admittedly. Just heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking for Matt Veach that will conclude his season with the bat. As we discussed before, very successful season. And for Dick, striking early, really setting the pace for this session. Trinity will have to reset.
Yes. Again, the ideal start. 1 wicket off at the first ball of this new session for Deepdene. Jack Graves, of course, out there on 45. Joining him at the crease will be the stalwart number 5 for Trinity Willison, Tom R. Clark. 123 runs only in all competitions for Tom. That must be wrong, though, because it says he's got 176 runs in the 18 matches he's played this season. Average of just under 20. But he is an all-rounder. He's got some formidable bowling statistics, which we'll save. But, yeah. Season is in at number 5.
Yeah, really great start. Your friend Orange Soul Shoes over here bowling, still hooping the ball around.
Yeah, and even after 41 overs, still getting movement out of it.
This is what you see at the Macgibbon Shield level. And they'll have to reset.
Just some stats for Tom Clark. Started the season well. He admittedly hasn't been the most required. He traditionally has been out there forming a partnership, supporting either Jagger or Mike Sparks or Nick Sparks or Matt Veach, his upper order batsman. He really plays that role of just ticking the strike over, supporting his teammate. Had a couple 25 knocks, a couple 19s in the first couple games of the season. A notable 22 against Burundara. And then more recently, a couple 35s and 28s against Northcote and Clifton Hill. Plenty of did not bats. Did not bat in his last Old Scotch game. Didn't bat against Burwood Uniting. Just not needed. So didn't bat against Northcote. Didn't bat against Deepdene Uniting either. Or Burwood Uniting again. Or Hawthorn really last time we played. So it hasn't been required too much this season. But Trinity Willison will be hoping that he can make a statement here. As he gets a bit of a full toss and drives that one, and it beats the fielder as it's been chased by now the mid-off. TC came back for 2. That was great running between the wickets from TC. Ooh, formidable arm there, direct hit.
I always think the direct hit is just worth a shout. Make some noise. Make sure people just saw what you did.
2 stumps out of the ground too.
Yes, that's how you know that we are really in the Macgibbon Shield, especially with the level of care, as we say at the Trinity Willison Cricket Club, of the stumps. You know, having professional umpires putting them in means that one stump is more likely to fall out. I know at my level, if one stump comes out, they're all coming out. So the trained professionals of the ECA umpires really doing well.
can't believe how overcast it is, Tom. This is great swing bowling conditions.
Yeah, it is a good time to be bowling. As he trundles in, we expect some movement on this ball. Hopefully TC can adjust to it. Oh! As he attempts to guide that ball through the cordon. In case you can't see on the camera, it is a heavy cordon. There are 2 slips and a gully. That one sort of being bunted just in front of the gully. Gully picking up in the up and then having a direct throw at the stumps to try and just play some mind games with TC.
And as that concludes the first over after the break, the 42nd over, Trinity Willison are we have someone moving the scoreboard while I'm trying to read it. I believe that should be 3-4-95 after 42. Is what it should be.
I think Jack Grays will face his first ball since we started this session. What do you think your odds are that he'll take centre again, Xander?
Not likely.
He at this point.
He knows where the line is. He's stared at it for multiple hours so far. So that is driven very well.
Playing straight. Just describe the field to you, to Jagger. 2 on the leg side, so we've got a bit of a boxman / mid on, and then a 4 to square / mid wicket. Just trying to plug those flick shots, those straight drives. And then as he hits a single on the offside to him, there's the cover, the very silly cover. So inshore, just your regulation mid off, point, and 3 in the cordon next to the keeper. That being said, though, there has been a change to the cordon, Xander, as the silly cover and first slip swap places, although now the silly cover's making his way back into the cordon as a 3rd slip.
3 slips and a gully, 42 overs in. So I think with the fresh batsman, this is what you want. You want the pressure back on.
They've taken that short cover out that they had to Jagger, and they decided to put in an extra man in the cordon to TC. So whether they're hoping that they can get a catch off Jagger, a nice short as he accidentally lofts one up off a drive, or whether they're just trying to get somebody in his face to intimidate him, I don't know.
Well, it's one of the two, but we know with this bowler here, the ball tends to kick off the pitch and seam as Tom flicks that wonderfully, and that bounces over and it's racing towards the boundary. Great chase by Deepdene. It stops towards the boundary and they will get back and they will run 2 runs.
Jeez, that is a deep boundary. I thought that was a guaranteed 4 and it just slowed up. It went straight in front of the Trinity fans. There was no hurrah about it from them, so clearly it wasn't a 4.
No, but a fantastic chase. What a great shot. He's found, like we were just discussing, 2 fields on the leg side, and he's able to find a gap over square leg.
As we said, Jagger's played that shot 8 times today, and I don't think he's played it as well as TC just did then, despite TC being in for less than 2 overs.
And Tom just driving that one nicely, kind of going nowhere, just blocking it off the ground.
That was an exquisite shot from TC. Really caught it well. Bit uppish, but didn't hit a fielder, hit the gap cleanly. Things you just love to see.
Things you do love to see. And again, grand final cricket. It's all about partnerships. Tom drives that one beautifully through the covers. The ball will slow. They will get back for 2 runs as the ball kind of slows down there. Fantastic shot.
Again, hit deep through the covers. Pulls up about 5 minutes short of the boundary before being collected. But Trinity will be happy with 2 runs. It is a slow ground. We don't expect many bad shepherd boundaries out here.
No, we don't. And after the 43rd over, it is 3 for 98.
Now, Xander.
Yes, Tom?
Speaking of our trusted sponsors, of course, we have mentioned Cheetah Teamwear, we have mentioned the Old Garage, we have mentioned Bendigo Bank, and, of course, Bad Shepherd. But I think everyone's favourite sponsor is quite clear. We did send out a survey to all the players playing today about who their favourite sponsor is, and I think not only as a company do they go above and beyond, but as individuals, constantly getting around the club, and that is, of course, the Tree Company.
Yeah, and you can see some fantastic trees in the background here. A lovely kind of backdrop. And if you're envious of this kind of care in the nature, or you have some branches that need to be dealt with, the Tree Company are here for all your arboricultural services.
Of course, Carl Della River. as mentioned earlier, the camera is low today. It is the windy season. It is bushfire season. Branches will fall down. Cameras may fall down. If you think your trees need a clean up, give them a call.
Please do. They do quite well.
Yeah, they don't do a bad job.
No, they don't do a bad job.
They do not do a bad job.
No.
I'll go as far as to say they do a good job.
Oh, you would. If you've ever seen Edward Scissorhands, the scene where he's kind of cutting the hedge with his hands. I don't know if people can turn trees into dinosaurs, but they can get the job done.
Just envisage the care that's taken towards a bonsai, for instance. The amount of the trimming, the careful, delicate intricacies of that art form. It's that, but on a larger scale. And it just makes the world a safer place, you know, a prettier place, a more enjoyable place, a better place. But enough about trees, back to the cricket. Jagger facing up. Blocked.
Yes. That's great. 3 for 98 here still in the 43rd over. Still early on in the second half of today's play. Game is in the balance. That one a bit down leg side. Jack flicking that over. Just goes over the backward square leg there. And they will push back for 2.
Jeez.
Well placed there by Jack.
That one, Jack, he saw TC play the flick shot early and thought, I'm going to get a piece of that action. Thought he could lift it over the infield. Barely made it. I think if the square leg fitter spent a bit more hours doing gymnastics as a little kid, was a bit more flexible, could get a bit more height on his jump, he would have snatched that one.
He would have, as I believe Jack moves to about 48 now.
He is creeping up on the 50, but that's probably the riskiest bit of play we've seen from Jagger all day. We've had a couple times where they've beaten his bat, but in terms of genuine chances, that's the first time we've seen where if the player hadn't have walked in, Xander, you'd say it would be a regulation sitter.
Like you would, and we did say earlier, make sure you're walking in with the bowler and you're backing up when you're running between the wickets. But sometimes, don't walk in too far. You can't lose your spot. You've been selected to stand in a certain radius. Just stand there.
Listen, I think Jack will just, reevaluate. He didn't hit it too well, but whether he'll bring that shot out again or not, who knows.
As Tom hits that with the full face of the bat. Well played.
I have just noticed Jack, while running in, he didn't have his glove on. I don't know whether there's something going on with his fingers, but he was holding his hand. He's putting it back on now. He was just looking over at the men in the pavilion. But he's good to go now.
Well driven to the man in deep cover there.
Strong calls from TC.
Yeah, he's a very assertive man. I've played a lot of cricket with him over the years, having the privilege to grow up alongside Mr. Clark. He's always been in that upper echelon of cricketers.
He has always been terrifying to face in the nets. As we said, he is an all-rounder. For years, the fastest junior bowler at the club. Copped a couple too many. Let's just say he's the reason I bought a thigh pad.
Yes. Tom Clark, forever inspiring wise purchasing decisions. That's what he prides himself on, being a voice of wisdom in the boys.
Also repping the helmet cover, I believe. Am I mistaken there, Xander?
You are not mistaken, as Tom drives that one straight to the man there at cover. This is what Deepdene want. They want to encourage the drive. That is the field that they have set there. So from the bowler's perspective, they'll be happy with dots. They'll be happy with these strokes as long as they don't lose that line, because there is not a lot of coverage on that leg side. And Tom plays that one very well for another dot.
They will play their roles, though, here. As we said, that is the theme of the team. I think TC is going to really push the momentum in the batting partnership here. Unlike Matt Veach, who's maybe a bit slower, bides his time, a bit more waits for his. TC is going to push for it, look for runs, try and build some momentum, and try and take the pressure off Jack.
And once again, he's been studying the school of Vaseline, like you were saying earlier, and moisturising with some soft hands. As after, that concludes the 42nd over. Trinity Willison, we missed it. They've hit 100. 3 for 100 after 42. 100 up. Still a lot of time left in the game.
Angus Stanfield, thoughts on those 100 runs? Would you take 100 at this point?
Yes.
There you have it, guys. A very in-depth analysis.
Very in-depth analysis of the sport. You know, Angus has always been one of those cricketing minds. We did ask some of the ones boys that are playing today their thoughts on cricket, and
just in general.
And a lot of them shared the sentiment that golf might be a better way to spend their Saturdays. And that speaks true to Angus's heart. Maybe Angus does belong in the Macgibbon team.
I think if we're talking about the worst sports to exist, from a playing perspective, golf is up there as just terrible. Just really struggle to enjoy golf. You love it, but you just hate it. And then right up there next to cricket, they are just brutal to play.
That one a little bit shorter. Jack hitting it. It does not sound like it's hit the middle of your bat, I must say, Tom, as Jack comes back for 2 and it stops there. And that will be his 50 runs.
There we go.
A fantastic spell of batting so far by Jack Graves. Working really hard for Trinity Willison.
I don't think that hit the middle of the bat, but that was in a shot with heavy intent from Jack. He purposely tried to lift that over the infield, and he did. Of course, dropping short. The outfield is extremely slow. It was never going to make the boundary.
But nonetheless, he did reach that old garage milestone.
As he gets another short one, decides to... I don't think he was really expecting that, but the bowler immediately turned around, didn't stare him down at all. Maybe a bit of a half-hearted threat from the bowler, from Hine.
Well, I think when you're a pace bowler, you do what you can.
Probably trying to provoke Jack into a loose shot here. We'll see what he does.
Another short one, a bit wider, and that will be an extra.
I'm not going to lie. If I was Jack, I would have had a swing at that. I probably would have edged it. Bit of a top edge straight to the keeper. But Jack's better than me.
That's why he's out there and we're back here, Tom.
He just made 50. He's better than me. If you are just tuning in, Trinity have cracked the 100 runs, so they're 3 for 100. Matt Veach, unfortunately, going out in the first ball of this new session. So TC and Jack Graves, who's just cracked 50 runs himself personally, at the crease now.
Very well left again. A lot of patience being shown.
Just having a look around the ground. We've got quite a sea of green and gold. Joey, though, sporting a bit of a Hawaiian T-shirt. Very, very fluorescent. Floral, I should say. Plenty of orange and bright blues. Joey, what was going through your head this morning when you put your clothes on? Didn't want to support the team's colours?
There you go. He's been playing cricket the past 2 nights, so it's all in the wash. Very good. Does not want to show up as a dirty boy.
I do apologise, Joey. That was very harsh for me. It is fair enough to want to come in clean clothes.
Although last week he also did wear similar floral design, as that is well played there by Jack. Blocks it out, and that concludes another over. A fantastic over there from both teams. Trinity Willison doing well. Tom.
My only follow-up question for Joey is, do you wash your hat? He washes his hat. He doesn't have his hat on because it's in the washing machine.
You should ask him about his sunglasses. I'd like to get that response. As after the 45th over, it is 3 for 103. Jack Graves hitting that old garage milestone. Fantastic. I wish. I've spent many a year and many a night in my dreams picturing how I would celebrate reaching a milestone. Tom, how would you celebrate an old garage milestone?
I think, look, the only time I've made a milestone, Xander, is I was out there, I was young, I was an adolescent, and I was batting with my dad. And I made a milestone. And my dad looked at me and he said, I've done that a couple times myself, just settle down. He was proud of me, but he told me that it doesn't mean anything if we don't win the game. And I think Jack loved the same mindset, that it doesn't matter how many runs you make if you lose the game.
As Tom guides that fantastically, that is a real word, look it up, and they'll get there for 2 through that cover reach, point towards third man. You know, very good ring field here, very proper field for 2-day cricket. Well guided there from Tom Clark as they move to 105. Yes, that attitude is what breeds winners, Tom, I must say. You know, less focus on individual milestones, more focuses on the team's success.
As we said, we as a club care more about a 100-run partnership than 100-run innings.
As a club, yes. As individuals, I think I would choose a 100-run individual innings over a partnership, especially because me batting at number 11, I don't know what I have to do to be a part of a 100-run partnership, but there would be a lot of witchcraft involved. As that is very well played by Tom. Bat behind the ball, body behind the ball as well. Full face of the bat, just a little block. Tom being a bilingual man.
Oui.
Bit of English and French.
Oui, je peux parler en français si tu veux.
Oui, monsieur. Ça, c'est vrai. Et ça, c'est une ball deliver pour leur bowler.
Alors, c'est très bien par... Comme tu dis, Grégory?
Je pense que le nom, c'est Monsieur Grégory.
Monsieur Grégory.
Il fait les choses avec le ball. C'est fantastique.
Alors, tous les gars jouaient très bien, c'est sûr. Et ici, c'est une bonne... Comment tu dis shot?
Je pense que le nom de shot, c'est... Oh, fantastique!
Oh, fantastique.
Ça, c'est fantastique.
Bit of Minions about that.
A little bit of Minions. Are the Minions voiced by...
Nobody. Voilà.
I thought it was a French-Spanish love child.
I think they're just multilingual.
Could they be trilingual?
Quadlingual?
Trilingual.
Quinlingual, septlingual.
Queen, septlingual. Octingual?
Octolingual, decalingual.
Decalingual. We're not sponsored by Duolingo, but if you would like to boost your vocabulary and international knowledge, as people actually have ordered some Uber Eats to the ground, where has he found a KFC in Bulwen? I do not know. Anyway, cricket continues. Still swinging the ball.
Again, they're still targeting that off-stump, middle stump line more so than outside off. I think they've taken the men out of the corner for Jagger. They're not backing themselves to find an edge. They think if they're going to get a wicket, it'll be a loose shot. They can beat the bat, or it'll be a catch in the field.
And unfortunately, Jack Graves goes after a very well-made 50-odd. Just caught there in the gully area for that bad Shepherd wicket. Jack Graves falls. Trinity Willison. Tom Graves looks distraught next to me.
Jack, I know you're watching this on the replay. And I know I just said that you probably weren't going to get out to an edge. It was going to be something else, if anything. And I apologise for the commentary curse that the next ball you got out for an edge. But as your brother, I'm proud of you. You made it through the hardest stint of the game. And as you can hear from the applause, everyone is proud of the effort that you put in for the team. And all I can say is I'm sorry about that commentary curse.
Yes, Tom, I'm sure you'll have to do a couple of chores around the house to make up for it. As in comes Saint Sam Jordan, batting with Tom Clark, or Tom Clark if I continue my accent of some kind. 4 for 105 here. Trinity Willison will need to reset. 2 fresh batsmen out there. Tom Clark been in for a little bit. Deepdene will be looking to capitalise on these flow of wickets, and by flow, I mean the 2 in the session.
Yeah, of course, Tom Clark. St. Jordan. I'm still distraught from the last week at Xander, but St. Jordan, it is his first proper season since returning to the team. He will be looking to really steady the ship now and build a partnership. We have lost Matt, we have lost Jack, the most significant partnership, over probably 50, 60 runs between them as a partnership. We've lost both of them now, and it is up to Tom and Samuel Jordan to steady the ship. Sam this season, 232 runs in his 15 matches, with an average just around 25, which is formidable. Some of his highlights for the season, similar to Tom Clark, hasn't been needed. Got some very early on scores in the first 2 games, 47, backing it up with 41 in the second game against St. Paul's. Before round 5, another game against St. Paul's, 43 runs in that stint. And then the very next game, 54 runs against Stuart Paran. So when he has one good game, he seems to back it up with another good game. Later on in the season, sort of tapering off. A lot of did-not bats against the likes of Deepdene and Clifton Hill, where he just wasn't needed. But today he will be looking to build a partnership with TC and add to those solid scores that he had early on in the season. Fun fact for you.
Yeah, listening.
According to My Cricket, this is Sam Jordan's 200th innings.
200 innings. Congratulations on an old garage milestone.
200th time stepping up to the crease and gets met with a bouncer. Pretty early days, but congratulations, Sam Jordan. 200th time stepping up to the crease to bat.
Very impressive. So it takes a lot to bat.
One career century for Sam Jordan and 7 career 50s.
I believe that was at Hartwell Sports Ground, if I recall correctly.
I think you do recall correctly. As he seems to get some shorter balls to the body early doors here.
Yeah, Deepdene looking to be really aggressive now. Trinity Willison losing some solid partnerships, losing their set batsmen. Looking to strike some fear into the heart of the batsman. A little bit of body line. Don't mind a bit of body line. But there is that risk. There's not a lot of coverage on the leg side, so you miss it and it can be pulled away for an easy boundary. As that one down leg side is flicked, and that is nearly caught, and it has been dropped over the line for 6 runs. He looked like he nearly had it there, but the lack of Odell Beckham Jr. footwork has, well, led that to being 6 runs. Flirting with danger there by St. Jordan.
Look, one short ball can be a mistake. 2 short balls is questionable. 3 short balls is intentional. So I think Sam Jordan knew that it was going to be short and knew that he'd have a championship play. It was, as Angus pointed out in the crowd, a bad drop. Not sure he got 2 hands behind it. It was probably a regulation catch if he just knew how much time and space he had.
I do think so.
He could have set it under it. He could have got the 2 hands up, made that little pocket and just secured it in. But thankfully for Trinity Willison, it was dropped over the boundary. And now he's bowling.
He'll be looking. If he gets a wicket this over, he will look at everyone and be like, "See, that was strategic."
Yeah, look, just know that if there's a loose ball, it's because somebody's in his head, and it's probably Saint.
As that is back of a length, paddled away by Tom Clark. This ground, and if the conditions stay like this tomorrow, they will need a lot of running. The Deepdene boys will. And looking around, it looks like the youth is on the side of Trinity Willison, not assuming old people can't run.
They're great at walking, those. They're great at walking, Xander.
But runs do not come easy. And also, I apologise if I've offended anyone. To me, everyone over the age of 22 is old because that's just how I live my life. I don't actually mean that. As that is driven down the ground, I'd like to apologise to my parents if they're listening.
Was that 2 runs for the last ball? I believe it was.
It was 2 runs, yes. In the middle of my...
Really well placed. I love the confidence from TC, despite the 3-man cordon, to just play that shot, guiding it between gully and point, and getting 2 runs for it. Well deserved. As he tries to guide another one, not as successfully, but still just confident.
Yeah, I think he knows his game. So if the ball is there, he's going to try and do whatever he can to capitalise on those balls. As Trinity Willison, about 3 for 115 odd.
Speaking of balls, Xander.
Yes, Tom?
Red ball cricket, white ball cricket. What's your preference? Pink ball cricket?
Look, I was going to say I do prefer a bit of yellow ball cricket in the indoor form because that is the only one that I'm physically able to play currently.
Interesting.
Otherwise, red ball cricket is the only way to go, I think. Especially from a bowler, there is nothing more satisfying than coming home after a long day out in the field, looking in the mirror and wondering if you've had a gash on the inside of your thigh.
Now, Xander is a Box Hill indoor sport regular, commonly seen on the netball court, commonly seen on the indoor cricket. Volleyball, Xander, at all?
No, I've never dabbled with the volleyball.
Futsal.
I had a couple flirts with the futsal back in the day, but I don't like the nets for soccer. As he flicks that one up and it is nearly caught there. There is a misfield. They are communicating. Not sure what's happening. Probably not a run there, as that one was nearly caught towards the offside of your screen. Scary moment there for Trinity Willison.
Yeah, look, it's all happening here, and I've decided to talk about Box Hill indoor sport for some reason. But yeah, we had that missed opportunity last over where it should have been a regulation catch. So Sam Jordan happy to get away with that one. And just now in this over, another one going fairly upish, but landing safe as it clears the fielder and goes over the top of him.
Trinity Willison 4 for 113.
Nevertheless, some aggressive shots from Trinity Wilson, but
Well,
I wouldn't say they're well executed at this point.
No, none of them have really become flush off the bat yet, and I think we're still a couple overs away from seeing them being hit sweetly. But you're about at that crunch period of the game where it's, what are we going to have to do? It's the run rate is going to be an issue as that is well blocked and well played. So it'll be interesting to see what the mindset of Trinity Wilson is with the bat. And Deepdene with the ball, it's about restricting. So you'll see some field changes probably very shortly, especially in the back 20. A bit more coverage out, not wanting to open up the chance for boundaries.
Yeah, and look, if you're listening in, the score is 3 for 113 off 49, and I think it's noticeable just how much the talk has picked up from Deepdene now. As that is another short ball, and it is called a wide, probably quite reasonably, but those 2 wickets of Matt Veach and Jack Graves, Deepdene are well and truly up for this. There's been those 2 chances that unfortunately they haven't missed, but it's gotten them excited. They know that a wicket could be around the corner for them. They just got to be switched on, and there's plenty of chatter going on out there. So difficult time for the batsman. I expect this will be yet another short ball to Sam Jordan. No, Fuller. God, I'm bad at commentary.
Look, Tom, it's been a while, but again with this field, they have a fine leg. I believe Gregory's moved around to about where he dropped the ball last over, so he's looking for that flick for that leg side ball. Saint does like to flick. They do have your normal square leg and your mid wicket as well. As I went outside off stump, well left, well played, good patience, good execution. Tempt him with that bad Shepherd tempter.
I always think you can tell what kind of mood there is in the team based off how many players touch the ball as it gets back to the bowler. If they're not having a good time, it's a bad atmosphere out there. I reckon it's going straight to the slip and then being thrown straight to mid-off to hand to the bowler. No more than 4 people are touching it. So just going to count this time how many people touches. That's left by Sam Jordan. So to the keeper, passed over to the second slip. Second slip, having a look at it, giving it a bit of a shine. I count 14 rubs there before giving it to cover. So not bypass the cover, just go straight to mid-off. Then to mid-off, then to the bowler with a smooth one-arm catch. Who's flicking it and ready to bowl in again. So clearly a good atmosphere out there as everyone gets a bit of a touch. This one picked up by the cover. He decides to give it a shine himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 rubs for the shine there. No wonder it's swinging, Xander.
No wonder that it's swinging. Obviously, he is the designated ball shiner in the team, and you need one of those. And that is a bit shorter. Great hit. Fantastic shot through point, and that is raced along the carpet for a Bendigo Bank boundary. Love that shot by Sam Jordan. That
was exquisite.
Is exquisite.
That I think is the cleanest shot we've had, or the cleanest boundary. For instance, that's probably the only one where off the bat you just know it's racing away.
Yeah, 100%. Even with these conditions, that is what's happened as Trinity Wilson move to 4 for 118 after 50 overs.
And I think it's a byproduct of the bowling to Sam Jordan. He had copped quite a few short balls, so I think he knew that if he got one that wasn't into this body, if it was slightly outside off, he'd have that space to open up and cut it away, and that's what he did.
Yeah, 100%. Use
so
those
smart
hands.
cricket from Sam Jordan, yeah.
Yeah, really good there from Saint. As Gregory looking to bowl from our end.
Gregory has had some comments about his action. I can't really talk about weird actions. Xander?
Look, I'm a fan of anything that's a little bit different. As we know, as some of you might know that have watched me play over the years, I used to click my heels while bowling, and it's not because I have any Irish descendants. I just thought, may as well, and it did lead me to some success, a modicum of success, if you will. I think anything that throws the batsman off their game is fantastic. As that has, let's see, it could have been edged, or it might be called buys. Fantastic call for a single there.
I think that was a clear edge, Xander, a very clear edge. As it goes between the keeper and first slip. I think first slip thought the keeper was going to have it easy days. Keeper missed it. First slip probably didn't have the reaction to get it.
Yeah, things you hate to see. I was a bit of me time.
Just those are the chances that you take them, and that's what wins you a grand final. If you miss those opportunities and the other team going to punish you, God, you're going to kick yourselves. But that's great bowling from Gregory. Understandable if he is upset as the bowler right now.
Yeah, 100%. But he didn't look too upset because he knew he did drop one out here. So karma has been restored as they've had a little change in the cordon. Second slip's moved a little bit more narrower as that is hit a lovely line again. Saint, great hands, moving them out of the way. Fantastic ball. Gregory, really a stalwart. I don't know how to say it. STA.
G'day, I'm told that our stream is back up and running. If you're just joining us, the last thing you would have seen was the fall of Jack Graves' wicket. It's been a tumultuous time for Trinity Willison fans at the ground at Macleay. We are now 7 for just 140 off 65 overs. Of course, losing the wicket of Charlie Clark and then a run out for Harrison Roger following Jack's wicket.
Yes, apologies for that. I think the wind did everything before, and quite frankly, for Trinity Willison fan base, you would have been saved a couple of heartbreaking moments that might haunt some of you. For the Deepdene faithful, we're sorry for robbing you of some moments of euphoria.
Look, the stream was down, and so were the fans of Trinity Willison for a solid couple overs out. I think it was 3 wickets for Deepdene Uniting in 9 overs, and then the fall of Charlie Clark and the fall of Harrison Roger hasn't helped that. But Tom Clark is at the crease now, who has remained in all that time at the other end as he plays a nice flick down to fine leg. TC, I think most of the boys are hoping that he can push through all the way to the end. Tim McKenna down the other end, batting with him. Doing well so far. TC has been playing intent, you got to say, despite the difficult circumstances out there with constantly changing partners.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that's what he needs to do in this kind of moment here. He's the set batsman, so he will be afforded to be a bit more aggressive. And he has been given out. There goes another bad shepherd wicket. Looked pretty...
It's that commentary curse, Xander, that we've been having. We said just before Jack's wicket how good he was looking. We've said just before TC's wicket now how good he has been looking. And despite this, I'm sure you can hear the encouragement for Trinity Willison fans. It is not what you would have wanted in this scenario. It's really the worst thing that probably could have happened.
Yeah, 100%. But I think, like we were saying earlier, the animosity is there between these two teams.
And then I say we do have, I think, the two most experienced heads in the team out here now in Tim McKenna and Zach Schleffel. Zach coming to the crease now. He's done it all over the past couple of seasons. He's been a captain. He's played in some of the lower grades, and he finds himself in the ones as a real team player. Zach, he is the 11th ranked batter at the club, not in the team, but the entire club. Zach, this season, has made a fair few runs, has a decent average. He is very much a bowler in the team, though.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Still a lot of time left. 8 for 139, 67 overs. Still 13 overs. That's nearly 100 balls. A runner ball gets him to 239, which I'd be happy with. But I think, as we've been discussing with the camera off, I think 160, 180, it is hard to bat out there. Deepdene have done their part and executed quite well, but it's not easy.
The field now to Zach for his first ball. As he blocks it out, there are 2 slips and a gully, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, regulation, mid-wicket, and your square leg. So basically a ring field, nobody out on the boundary at all.
Zach guiding that one nicely down the leg side. You can see here, probably hear it now. Trinity Willison fans are getting down, getting vocal, trying to lift the energy here for the team.
Speaking of vocals, we had the chance to speak with Zach before the game, get his thoughts on some things. His favourite TWCC slang preference, he is a great deal of respect for the cares and the swills, but goes without, hands down, is his favourite bit of slang. Thoughts on that, Xander?
Yeah, look, I think it's a fan favourite as the soft hands there get that one through for a single. That's very well guided through that gully area. I think he also told us as well, during a little talk with him, he's into the inspirational quotes. And for him, I think his very favourite inspirational quote
was, "If it is to be, it's up to me."
And he will be thinking that right now as he's out there. That's very well bowled, very well played. End of the over. 68 overs gone. $140 odd.
Of course, Zach's childhood hero growing up was James Hopes.
James Hopes, yep.
And in his words, James Hopes, truly someone who just got the most out of himself. Yeah.
100%. One of Dem's favourites
But
as well.
as we said, if it is to be, it's up to me, and that's exactly what Zach's going to be thinking in this moment. Team, a lot of pressure on him, but he is someone who can deal with that pressure. He has been a captain in the past. Now, find himself in a big moment here. Oddly enough, I imagine Zach, while preparing to bat, would have been chugging on some zero sugar Gatorade water. Not sure what the purpose of that is. Some electric light refill of the stocks, of the tank, if you will, in his body. But zero sugar is his preference. Xander?
I heard a student of some kind on the train the other day say, "I can tell that's zero sugar. I can taste it. I can tell the difference." I thought the whole reason of having zero sugar is supposed to have the same great taste without the sugar as a half-heart appeal there.
Some other fun facts on that. First cousins, regulation, nothing too shocking there. Not an outrageous number, just something that we know about him. And his favourite memory for the season is his first wicket in Macgibbon ever was this season. He was bowling Josh Hillier using Dem's 3-cut.
Yes, look, Dem he's a tactician, and Zach just executed quite well. As we bring the conversation back to the etiquette, the bowler not tucked in as he's running into bowl, which is one of your favourite things.
Again, look at the left hand, so gunning across. They have, strangely enough, they've got fine leg in play, a very square fine leg in case he slides one down leg, and Zach managed to get a little tickle on it. Apart from that, everyone on the infield, and cutting across him to try and get those two slips in the gully in play. As we said, there's the one that's sliding down leg. Zach didn't get a tickle on it, but will still gladly take the bye as signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, there's a big, bad shepherd bye there.
Yeah, now, Zach's biggest fear in cricket, Xander, is throwing the ball back to Steve McCleary when he's bowling, but just a little too low so that Steve has to bend down to catch it. That is his biggest fear. I think you quite rightly should be terrified if you ever put Steve McCleary in that position.
Yeah, 100%. For those who don't know, club legend, very tall man, so you have to really get those throws on point because he will steam in and startle you.
Mm-hmm.
Tim on strike. Well watched, well played, well guided. All Trinity Willison are wanting to do here, I would say, is just milk it for a little bit. And Deepdene, they just want to hopefully get to face some overs tonight. Give them a little bit of an advantage. Face a couple more balls, but that does bring the risk of losing some wickets. So it'll be interesting to see here.
Yes.
A very well executed Yorker once again and well played.
Of course, if you are joining us, we are 8 for 139 after the dismissal of Tom Clark. Probably either the second best or third best innings, up there with Matt Veach and Jack Graves for this innings. Just trying his best to steady the ship as he lost partner after partner. Doing a little bit of a crump. All-round good bowling performance from United. But Tom Clark has been dismissed. Scores 8 for 139 or 67 overs.
Yeah, I think Gregory really just executed so well. Hitting his spots, making it really uncomfortable for the batsman to play, and that is what's helped Deepdene kind of get ahead here. It's been interesting to see if the rest of them can capitalise on that great spell of bowling.
Zach gets ready to face his delivery and just leaves it outside off. as we get into the last 13 overs, of course we've got Zach out there batting with Tim McKenna. In the sheds is, of course, Jake Barker. What do you think the plan's going to be, Xander? 13 overs remaining.
Look, I think the plan is play your game, be comfortable, don't force anything. There is so much time still. And especially for the batsmen, the bowlers have to bowl to the batsmen so the batsmen can take advantage and really change the game themselves.
That's very true. One run and over off the last 13 is still more than 2 boundaries.
That is correct, Tom.
It's just a fact of cricket, ladies and gentlemen.
Zach blocking that one. Even still, I think they will be aiming for that 160, 170 mark. Defendable on a ground like this with grand final pressure, especially when you're chasing that scoreboard pressure. It is, after all, a mental game.
And a physical game.
Zach lets that one go once again.
We apologise for a bit of a shaky camera there. The wind, of course, it is bushfire season. It is windy. It is a time for falling branches. If you do have a look up at your trees in your local area, in your garden perhaps, and you feel the need to remove the tree, give the tree company a call. Classic sponsor of the Trinity Willison Tree Club, the Tree Company, for all your tree cutting needs. As we come to the end of today's play, or the start of the end at least, the crowd has grown significantly, Xander. There are several marquees, I would say 6 in fact, around the ground, and multiple huddles along the fence dispersed around. It's a good showing today.
It's a fantastic showing, and really, for both teams that are out there that are just seeing the colours, they just see green and gold, so they both think, gee, look at the people here to support us. So it's great for cricket all around.
That's so true. I think.
What do you think, Tom?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Very well. I think I'm excited to see the end of the innings. All right, as we get ready for this next over, they have readjusted their field. They've got a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, boxman / mid-on, a mid-off cover, point, backwards point, gully, and slip. As that one goes straight through the keeper.
I was going to say, it looks like they're having 2 fielders down there looking at them. See. So, mental game. 12th man is very close to the cones there.
So 12th man is within the fence. Bit questionable.
Controversial.
Wouldn't be having that. But if Zach decides to go aerial or Tim Mac here for that case.
Trinity Willison pushing 143 now. 10 overs left, 60 balls. Oh, still a lot of time. That one's short at the body, well guided.
I reckon, 60 rocks. They'll be hoping to get, one a ball off those 60 rocks if they can. But I think they'll be happy if they can get 40 odd, push the score up to 180, 185. I think that is a defendable total on this ground. Of course, if they get to 200, get 60 more, they're going to be more than happy with that. But given the position they're in, just the 2 wickets in hand, I think aiming for that 185 is the tactic from here on out.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Tom.
Thank you.
There's a lot of hostilities out there, a lot of chirp from the Deepdene players. Short ball at the body, well executed, well played away there by Tim.
Digging into him, that's the kind of ball that you'd just love to have bowled to TC. You feel like he's just a bit free with the arms. Could definitely punch that one back down the ground. Zach, on the other hand, not in his repertoire as much. He'll be waiting for a bit of a fuller delivery or significantly shorter that he can pull away. Bowler coming in now.
The short one down
Short
leg side.
down leg. No wide call, despite the calls of spread 'em from the Trinity Wilson faithful.
And that is Drinks. 9 overs left, looks like it.
Drinks.
We are entering crunch time, Tom.
We are indeed. Just some tactics from the team. Deepdene heading all the way in, it seems, past the fence. Not having drinks taken out to them, but they're heading all the way into the esky. Poor from the club there, not walking the esky out to them. Zach is just having a chat with TC here. TC, despite being the most recent wicket, is very much getting around his teammates, getting some water to both of them, being the water boy. Pretty atrocious from Hookie, considering that's his job. Haven't seen him run out water all day, Hookie, even though it is his job. But
well, Tom, I would hate to correct you, but I do believe he was local in the earlier parts of the games, delivering messages from Nick Sparks. Yeah.
Well, if I stand corrected, I stand corrected. But they're having a little bit of team chat out there. Jake Barker, obviously, with the whites on, ready to go in. Nick Sparks is the captain, just letting him know what it's like. Nick, with all that experience, both with the bat and the ball, able to give them some guidance. Zach nodding away. Timmer tying up his shoelace. That's the kind of insight that you want, clearly.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of talk now about intent and what the intent will be in the back 9 to 10 overs here. I think what we've been saying is probably right. They're going to be looking to get to that 160 mark and then maybe try and just push and go more aggressive once they pass that 160 threshold. But I think right now for them, it's just about not taking any risks.
I'm just looking at the other game that's going on here. Mark Delaruba has just collected the ball. There is a bit of a kick out of the footy. Mark's kicked it out to Yaka. Clean hands from Yaka, who centres the kick. Into Roy. Roy with the clean kick, left foot. Oh, Mark, safe hands. There's some good showing from the young lads here with the footy. Getting primed for footy season. Oh, kicks a bit astray, but Mark collects it. You probably caught that one on the camera. Mark takes a bounce, lines it up, and just punts it. Into no man's land, really, too. Absolutely nobody. Terrible footy. Being told to get off the ground now. I gotta say, Roy Houston's looking the most athletic out there.
And Yaka has just thrown a tight spiral. That was fantastic. It's a multifaceted. Here we go. You can see, well, I don't know if you can see it, but the Deepdene team huddled. Very close proximity to each other. One final rev.
As you do. As you do.
One final talk, one final surge. 2 wickets away from ending this Trinity Willison innings early. There is no overs spent for changeover here. So I believe 80 overs needs to be completed.
Today.
In today's day of play. Zach and Tim gearing up. Not long left in day one.
I think it's fair to say, Xander, that these next 9 overs could be pivotal in how this game's going to play out. If Trinity can really put some on the scoreboard late on, capitalise on the fatigue of the team, then it could set them up for a really good bowling innings. But if Deepdene clean up early, nab those 2 wickets, the total might just not be enough for Trinity come their turn to bowl.
We'll leave this up to them to decide. It's quite dark now as well. I think today, by paper, by bomb, by the weather done by Jane Bunn,
would have been a batting paradise. But it's looked like today, overcast, great swing bowling conditions.
Just some stats on Timmer and Zach. So Timmer, with his career, has played over 200 games, 220th game today. Highest score of 54. He's taken a fair few fivers. He's, of course, a bowler. But in terms of the batting, has made 2,300 plus career runs in 180 innings, with an average of 18 or so. Has just made that 150 in his career, that 54 high score, of course, and 52 red inks from his 180 innings. So red inks over a quarter of the time. So he is used to playing out the innings and sticking in there when it's tough at the end.
And we'll see how he goes today. Stats are stats. But when it comes to a grand final, as we've seen today, it's all about the individual and how they are on that one day when the challenge is put to their name. So he hits that one nicely. Very proactive batting. They've already scored their one run off this over. If that was the goal.
That was the goal. I think it'll just be rotating the striker wherever possible. Zach, just give you a rundown of his stats. He was also a late innings batsman. 116 matches in his career, 90 innings with the bat, so half that of Timmer. But still, plenty in his own right as he almost gets collected by the ball. I think he ran faster in his follow-through than he did between the wickets.
Look, I think he did, and Gregory just let that fly, and that nearly hit the stumps. So there might be cautious running one on his arm next time.
Once again, the animosity between these two teams cannot be understated. Anyway, Schleff, who's facing up now with 1,180 career runs and counting, just blocking that one out.